Chapter 338. Outside the gym, Qin Fengqing chased after him, crying with snot and tears. I didn't do anything. Old man Huang suddenly threw me off the building. Who did I offend? I was just thinking. I didn't do anything. Fang Ping said in disdain. Idiot! Old man Huang was having a headache now. You're still causing trouble. He had his reasons for blackmailing. A grandmaster powerhouse, regardless of whether he was testing him or had ulterior motives. Attacking him was against the rules. Fang Ping would dare to blackmail a rank 9, let alone a rank 7. Rank 9. MCMAU graduates also had rank 9 ranks. Wu Chuan was one. Fang Ping was not afraid of him. Unless he went to the catacombs and found a deserted place to kill him, the possibility was not high. If he was discovered, the MCMAU grandmasters and the other grandmasters in Sino Nation would not be soft-hearted. They would destroy him like a cult. Qin Fengqing wanted to blackmail a grandmaster for no reason. He was lucky that Huang Jing did not beat him to death. Qin Fengqing looked displeased. After a while he said, "Give me one." "Why?" "I helped them vent their anger." "Get lost. Give me one. I didn't prepare any pills this time. I can't even fight if I'm injured. It's the same with or without you." "Fang Ping, you can't say that. Yes, it's not a problem to beat these weaklings in Shishan. But what if we meet CCMAU and FMS? If you don't work hard, I'll recommend the school to expel you. Think about it yourself." Qin Fengqing shut up immediately. Then he sighed and said helplessly, "Why is it that every time I do the same thing as you, I'm always the one at a disadvantage? Those who learn from me die. Fang Ping, do you have any tricks?" "Yes." "Tell me." "You have to be strong." Fang Ping grinned. "Can a weakling like you compare to me?" "I beat old man Feng until he's convinced." "Why?" "Because I'm strong. He's the one who's embarrassed. His mentality pressure didn't subdue me, so he has to admit it. If he really did crush me, I wouldn't have the face to ask for compensation. Old man Huang probably wouldn't even show up. You don't have any real ability, yet you dare to talk big. Who do you think you are? The point is, I have real ability. Are you convinced?" "I'm impressed." Qin Fengqing was exceptionally easy to talk to this time. He whispered, "Teach me the way to train my spiritual power, and I will give you the exact location of the energy mine." Don't chuckle. I'm serious. If you say that you don't have a way to cultivate, I'll cut off my head for you to pee in. Fang Ping, it's just the two of us now. Don't be so petty. Actually, there are. Really? Qin Fengqing's voice rose an octave. Really? Go to the Jiao's forest. You stay there for a few days. Let the Jiao suppress you when it's free. I guarantee that your mentality will increase immediately. Qin Fengqing's face turned green. Do you think I'm an idiot? Fang Ping understood what he meant and nodded, telling him clearly that he was an idiot. Qin Fengqing's face turned from green to black. He strode away and ignored him. Once he left, Fang Ping did not mind and continued to stroll around CCMAU's campus. Although there were some places that he could not enter, Fang Ping did not care. He wandered around the periphery, leaving some CCMAU students baffled. They still knew Fang Ping. The thing was, this guy was not watching the competition, nor was he preparing for the competition in the afternoon. What was he doing strolling around? Fang Ping's strolling soon attracted the attention of some powerhouses. Not long after, Li Hansong appeared in front of him. The others were not qualified. The instructors did not want to show up. What do you want to see, President Fang? How about I show you? Ling Yi and Han Su stood on both sides of Li Hansong like bodyguards, not saying a word. Fang Ping did not find fault this time. He pondered for a moment and said, "Brotherly, some of CCMAU's rank 1 and 2 students seem to have nothing to do. They seem a little undisciplined." Li Hansong heard that and breathed a sigh of relief. He deliberated for a moment before saying, "President Fang, Just call me Fong Ping. Brother Fong, you're also the president of the Martial Arts Society. You should know the situation. Rank 1 and 2 students can't go to the catacombs. They can't do difficult missions either. Small missions don't pay much, so they're not willing to go. Instead of wasting time, they might as well cultivate. The thing is, I don't see them cultivating. Cultivation also requires relaxation and relaxation. Proper rest and relaxation is still necessary. If I may ask, how many students are there in CCMAU now? 6,300 people. How many aspiring martial artists? How many rank 1 martial artists? Li Hansong frowned slightly but still said 1,500 aspiring martial artists and 4,000 rank 1 martial artists. Brotherly, CCMAU is really strong. A few months ago, there were 2,000 aspiring martial artists and 4,000 rank 1 martial artists in MCMAU. Of course, that was before. Now, there are less than 1,000 aspiring martial artists in MCMAU. Less than 4,000 rank 1 martial artists, more than 1,000 rank 2 martial artists, and more than 100 rank 3 martial artists. The three's expressions changed slightly. Ling Yi said in disbelief, "Really?" Fong Ping scolded, "Shut up. Don't question everything I say. Do I, Fong Ping, need to lie to anyone about this?" Ling Yi was indignant. Li Hansong pressed her hand down and did not give her a chance to speak. After taking a slight breath, Li Hansong said, "Brother Fong, you mean? Although CCMAU can't change much, there must be appropriate changes. As the president of the Martial Arts Society, we can't just care about ourselves. If we do that, how can we still be presidents? Brotherly, it's not that I'm looking for trouble. It's just that I have to spit it out. Rank 1 and 2 students, including aspiring martial artists, need to be given a certain amount of pressure. No pressure, no motivation, no free-range training methods. Can't work now. The situation in the catacombs is tense. Although CCMAU has the biggest human city, we can't just care about CCMAU. If other places are breached, will CCMAU have a good ending? We're not the older generation of martial artists. We can't limit our vision to one city or one place. We should set our sights on the whole country, the whole world. Now, there are reforms everywhere. As the #1 martial arts university in Sino Nation, it hasn't changed at all. This is also the main reason why MCMAU has begun to surpass CCMAU. Ling Yi said angrily again, "You want to surpass CCMAU just because of your words?" Fong Ping frowned. "Are you trying to show that you're confident by shouting? We've won the rank 1 competition, the rank 3 competition, and the rank 4 competition. Barring any accidents, we'll also win." Of course, this doesn't mean anything. It's just a personal strength. But we have thousands of rank 2 martial artists and hundreds of rank 3 martial artists. What about you? Rank 2 and 3 are the mainstream in the school. Do you have 800 rank 2 and 3 martial artists in total? Those who fell behind would be beaten. This was an unchanging truth. Recognize the reality. Don't always immerse yourself in the glory of the past. Did the people of CCMAU only have such a narrow vision? If that's the case, then pretend I didn't say anything today. Ling Yi hemmed and hawed. Li Hansong took another deep breath and said in a low voice, "Junior Brother Fong, if you have something to say, just say it. Whether it's CCMAU or MCMAU, including the other martial arts universities, the future is actually ours. The experts of the older generation have withered away and gradually aged. They no longer care about worldly matters. The construction of the school still depends on us. Why did CCMAU not build an e-commerce platform? Do you think that you're special, that you're high and mighty, that you look down on these things? Or do you think that the introduction of modern industries has tarnished CCMAU? Conservative and arrogant. This was a sect, not a martial arts university. That was one of the reasons. Secondly, why wasn't the loan system open to students? Other schools might not have the capital, but did CCMAU not have it? Is it because these things come from MCMAU and you don't care to learn them? Thirdly, why didn't you participate in the Rank 1 martial arts competition? Just because it was organized by MCMAU? Fourthly, the situation in Magic City is not very good. So I don't want our Rank 2 and 3 martial artists to go to the catacombs. Capital City is different. You have the upper hand, so why are the Rank 2 and 3 martial artists still staying in the university? Not a single person, but a large number of them. Li Hansong explained. It's mainly because of the friendly competition. That has nothing to do with them. So many people came back to stroll around the school. Are they trying to show off? We should pull them into the catacombs and let them participate in some catacombs battles. Fang Ping continued. Actually, these are not important. What I want to say is that CCMAU is too closed off. This is not good. Isolating the school is not something the great CCMAU should do. I have a suggestion. Let's have some communication between the two schools. For example, the exchange of combat techniques, the exchange of mentors. This is not up to us to decide. Is this how you become the president of the martial arts club? Fang Ping snorted lightly. Forget it. I thought that as the president of the martial arts society, you would be able to see the big picture. Now it seems that you're just SO. You can't even make a decision on such a small matter. Is your existence just a signboard? Personal strength? Do you really think you're stronger than me? Other than martial arts, what else do you have? The exchange of combat techniques, the exchange of instructors, the exchange of North and South elite universities. Could it be that MCMAU is just taking advantage of the situation? I even suggested that the Grandmasters should exchange pointers instead of sticking to one place. You treat Shanghai as your base, while I treat Capital City as my base. If something happens to you and someone dies, I don't care. If something happens to you and someone dies, I don't care. If something happens to you and someone dies, I gloat. Was this the mentality of an expert? We are fighting against the catacombs, a force that is countless times stronger than the humans. At this moment, you're saying that you can't make the decision. Li Hansong, if I were you, I would admit my mistake and resign. Zhan Yu is better than you at this point. Li Hansong's face was slightly flushed. Han Su, who was beside him, interrupted. Fang Ping, the situation between MCMAU and CCMAU is different. Everything depends on human effort. Just talking about how difficult it was to become a grandmaster. If he was afraid, then what was the point of cultivating? Back then, MCMAU's pill and weapon manufacturing scale was small. Was it difficult for MCMAU? If it's difficult, then overcome it. Our old vice-chancellor died in the catacombs, and so did a large number of instructors. Is MCMAU in trouble? It was very difficult. Our instructors were not even enough to teach the students. Our students took the initiative to stand up and lead the new. I saw a lot of this in MCMAU, but not in CCMAU. I only saw your stubbornness, shirking, irresponsibility, lack of motivation. Fine, I'll just pretend that I said some nonsense today. After today, CCMAU will no longer be my goal. Li Hansong's expression changed gradually. After a while, he said, exchange of instructors, exchange of combat techniques, I can fight for it. What about e-commerce platforms? Platforms aren't very useful. Wrong, they're very useful. I want to integrate them in the later stages, exchange missions and unify credits. I want to give normal martial arts, university, students a chance. They don't have missions to do, so it's extremely difficult to obtain credits. The value of credits is also greatly reduced. For the same mission, we can exchange 30 credits for 10 normal vitality pills, but they can only exchange for 6. When the situation deteriorates, it's not just one family's business. It's not just one school's business. Today, why are we fighting for our lives? For a few pitiful resources. So what if we have 3 or 5 billion more? When everyone has the chance to improve, we can fight for it ourselves. Ling Yi frowned. It's not that simple. Besides, resources are limited. I said we'll fight for it. Fong Ping added, exchange of instructors, exchange of combat techniques. Our strength will become stronger and stronger. Only when we're strong will we have the right to fight for more resources. When the missions are exchanged and the credits are unified, it seems like it'll be difficult for us to persevere in the early stages. We can't make ends meet. However, when everyone's strength improves, this situation will change. In the next few years, we'll spend more time in the catacombs, and the number of people will increase. Whether it's the opening of the Nanjiang catacombs or the reopening of the Tiananmen catacombs, including the appearance of new catacombs, it's all our opportunities. At this point, Fong Ping thought for a while and said, Nanjiang catacombs is about to open. What's the arrangement for CCMAU here? Li Hansong shook his head. CCMAU still has the capital city catacombs to guard. Guard the biggest human city and watch the show? Li Hansong, I have nothing to say about you being the president. Why would you give up such a good opportunity? You actually didn't think of fighting for it? The strong will always be strong. Without opportunities, how can you become strong? Let's not talk about others. Do you rank 3 and 4 martial artists have a chance in Capital City? Organize a team, not too many, 30 to 50 people, plus some instructors, and go to Nanjiang to fight for opportunities. This is what you should do. That's what I said. Ling Yi supported him this time. We should go. There are so many powerhouses in Capital City, and they've been wiped out countless times. We don't have a chance at all. I said I wanted to go, but they wouldn't agree no matter what. Martial artists should face difficulties head-on. Fong Ping, I'm on your side this time. Fong Ping flashed a gentle smile at her. Little Chest was still reliable at crucial times. Li Hansong was once again caught in a dilemma. Fong Ping said, unhappily indecisive, Is this who you are, Li Hansong? If that's the case, within 3 years, you'll definitely be left far behind by Wang Jinyang and Yao Qingjun. Li Hansong exhaled softly. You don't have to provoke me. What a joke! Fong Ping sneered. Do you still think you're very strong? Li Hansong, how about we make a bet this time? You're not my opponent in a one-on-one fight, that's for sure. You're also not Wang Jinyang's opponent, not even Yao Qingjun's opponent. Among us, your skull mutation is actually the biggest advantage, but your ability is the weakest. Li Hansong's expression was slightly ugly. He said softly, Junior Fong is too confident, and you're underestimating me too much. Then let's make a bet. If CCMAU loses this time, you'll organize manpower and participate in the Nanjiang Catacombs battle. Of course, you can understand that I'm provoking you, but if you lose the title of the top elite school, you'll still not work hard. Are you just going to sit around and wait for death? What if I win? Win. Fong Ping smiled. It's easy if you win. If CCMAU wins, I'll make the decision. MCMAU Martial Arts Society will provide CCMAU with 1 billion resources every year, until the day MCMAU gets back at them. The 3 of them changed their expressions. 1 billion was not a small number. Moreover, it was not just for a year, but every year. As for Fong Ping getting back at them, if Li Hansong was confident, he had the confidence to make sure he would never get back at them. Did Fong Ping really think of himself as MCMAU's vice-chancellor? What? You don't believe me? I, Fong Ping, am a man of my word. If MCMAU doesn't fork out the money, I, Fong Ping, will fork it out even if I have to sell everything I have. At this moment, Li Hansong really felt the difference between them. They were both presidents of the Martial Arts Society. Fong Ping, as the president, was the real deal. Taking a deep breath, Li Hansong said, The e-commerce platform can be built, instructors' exchanges and combat techniques can be exchanged. I'll do my best to fight for it. As for participating in the Nanjiang Catacombs battle, as long as someone is willing, I'll personally organize a team to participate. The premise is that you can really defeat me. And the Grandmaster exchange you mentioned. I really can't make the decision on this, but I'll mention it to the Vice-Chancellor. That's more like it. Fang Ping was still satisfied. He smiled and said, Actually, there are still many things I need to do, but this is all I can do now. Martial artists of our generation shouldn't have their vision limited. Later, I'll find some people to talk to. The older generation of martial artists are all stubborn. Even if it's a grandmaster, I'm not afraid to say that. The essence of the championship is to make each other stronger. Now, it's really become a battle of individual bravery and strength. I'm very dissatisfied with this. Unfortunately, it can't be done according to my ideas. Of course, if I really want to do it according to my ideas, everyone's strength right now isn't enough. Li Hansong did not say anything. After thinking for a while, he said, How did you convince those grandmasters? Fang Ping was a little surprised. I'm talking about MCMAU's grandmasters. They don't have any objections to your reform? Fang Ping smiled and said, It's simple. You tell your vice-chancellor now that if he doesn't want to reform, then he'll defect to MCMAU. Bring a group of people to MCMAU and see what your vice-chancellor will decide. The school is theirs, but it's also ours. Why can't we make a legitimate request? If CCMAU does not even have this bit of tolerance, and the grandmasters do not even have this bit of tolerance, then they don't deserve to be called grandmasters. A school like this, is it worth it for you to stay? Is it worth it for you to fight for it? MCMAU's grandmasters are not related to me in any way. I, Fang Ping, have no family background to rely on, but I'm wholeheartedly for MCMAU, so I can gain their trust and understanding. You, Li Hansong, don't you have this bit of confidence? If you really feel that you can convince them, then come to MCMAU. MCMAU's doors will always be open to you. In MCMAU, you don't have to worry about this or that. As long as your heart belongs to MCMAU. MCMAU is ours. It's also yours. It's everyone's. Being inclusive is our style, and it's also the reason why we've been growing stronger all these years. To put it bluntly, CCMAU is not as open as us, and it's not as lively as us. To put it bluntly, if CCMAU's vice-chancellor, I'm afraid CCMAU will instantly be in chaos. I, Fang Ping, am not afraid of offending people. But if I don't even have this bit of courage, how can I talk about eliminating the catacombs? Li Hansong seemed to be touched. Ling Yi looked conflicted, muttering, You're making me want to go to MCMAU. Han Su's face turned pale. So strong in the art of deception. If they continued to be tricked like this, there might really be a big mess. Most importantly, it was not just nonsense, but reasonable and evidence-based. Not only Li Hansong, even he was a little tempted. If CCMAU did not reform and the older generation continued to be stubborn, maybe MCMAU was really a suitable choice. Looking at their conflicted expressions, Fang Ping sighed softly in his heart. Young people, they're too young. I was just saying it, but they really took it seriously. If I go to MCMAU, that's also my territory. How can it really be everyone's? Chapter 339. After fooling Li Hansong for a while, Fang Ping was still satisfied with the results. Li Hansong would do his best to communicate with the instructors, exchange of combat techniques, and the construction of the platform. As CCMAU's leading figure among the students, if Li Hansong really wanted to fight for it, it would not be too difficult. Even if there were people in CCMAU who were dissatisfied, they would not be willing to satisfy the martial arts society for such a small matter, unless the CCMAU students really stood aloof from the world. They would definitely rebel. Both parties agreed on some things and did not sign any contract. Fang Ping left quickly. As soon as he left, Li Hansong suddenly said, Han Su, you'll have some trouble in the future. Han Su said nothing. Li Hansong's meaning was clear. He was going to graduate anyway. By the time he graduated, Han Su would have no problem entering rank 4. Once he entered rank 4, Han Su would take over. That would be logical. In the future, Han Su's biggest opponent would be Fong Ping. Han Su did not say anything, but Ling Yi glanced at him and said with some distrust, "I always feel that you're not his opponent, the kind that will sell you out sooner or later." After saying that, Ling Yi said with some dissatisfaction, "Next year's president should be me too." Why should Han Su be the president? She was only a junior this year, a middle stage rank for. When Li Hansong graduated, she would at least be upper stage, or even peak. It would be her turn. Li Hansong chuckled. "Up to you. But if you become president, Fong Ping's target will be you. Take it easy." "Pfft, I'm afraid of him." Ling Yi did not admit defeat verbally, but in her heart, she was thinking, was it worth it? The first battle of the Martial Arts University Championship ended within 20 minutes. 9 States Military School versus Tiannan Martial Arts University. After Tiannan Martial Arts University, President Xian Jie was defeated. The other 2 defeated the remaining 4 people from Tiannan. Tiannan Martial Arts University did not fight to the death. In this battle, other than Xian Jie and Shen Hongwei, who were seriously injured, the others did not have too many injuries. The first battle wasn't very satisfying. Compared to the first Martial Arts University Championship in January, these rank 4 martial artists did not fight as hot-blooded as the rank 1 martial artists, nor did they fight as exciting as they did. In the rank 1 battle, all the martial artists fought to the death without retreating. Both sides fought until they were seriously injured. Today's battle between rank 3 and 4 martial artists was unsatisfactory. Tiannan Martial Arts University and 9 States Military School did not seem to have exerted themselves. In the hotel, Fong Ping and the others were not surprised by this result. As for the fact that they did not fight with enough passion, it was understandable. Tiannan Martial Arts University had to preserve their strength, and 9 States Military School had to prevent their losses from being too great, lest others take advantage of the situation. After the exchange of the strongest had ended, Tiannan Martial Arts University saw that they had no chance, so of course they would not fight to the death. More importantly, martial arts universities placed great importance on these rank 3 and 4 martial artists. They tried their best not to get seriously injured. Just as Lu Fengru had said to Fong Ping before she left, selfishness was a must. If he really couldn't win, then he would just admit defeat. There were many rank 1 martial artists in martial arts universities. Even a peak rank 1 genius was nothing. As for the rank 3 and rank 4 powerhouses, they were the real prodigies. Whether these people died or were seriously injured, it would be a great loss. In a situation where there was an obvious difference in strength, a battle to the death would not occur. In the small conference room of the hotel, Tang Feng glanced at Fong Ping, who had just returned. He did not ask where he had gone. After a moment of thought, he said, "Try not to be too harsh." Shishan Martial Arts University's strength was not too strong. There was no problem of not being able to hold back. In the morning, Fong Ping had made Vice-Chancellor Feng of Shishan Martial Arts University unhappy. If he were to be ruthless, then he would really offend the other party. Fong Ping smiled and said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." "That's for the best." Tang Feng nodded slightly. Fong Ping still knew what he was doing. If he really did not know what he was doing, this kid would have been beaten to death long ago. How could he still be alive and kicking until now? Knocking a few pills out of the other party was harmless. Grandmaster powerhouses did not care about such things. However, these few contestants were all prodigies of Shishan Martial Arts University. If Fong Ping really killed or injured a few of them, then it would not be a trivial matter. The others were not interested. This matter did not have much to do with them. Fong Ping was the starter. The probability of everyone getting a chance was not high. Fong Ping would not deliberately step down like he did in the rank 1 competition to give the others a chance to gain some experience. When they really wanted to show their strength, they would have to wait for CCMAU or First Military School. December 2nd, 2 p.m., CCMAU Gym. The end of the competition in the morning made many spectators feel that it was not satisfactory. However, it was MCMAU's first battle in the afternoon. Everyone raised their spirits again. In this competition, the previous champion team, MCMAU, was the center of attention. Everyone was looking forward to MCMAU's performance. Next, let's take a look at MCMAU's order of appearance. MCMAU's captain, Fong Ping, is the starter. The male commentator's interest was piqued. He said immediately, "Ever since the first rank 3 challenge ended, Fong Ping has not fought again." This morning, Fong Ping divided the rank 4 contestants into 5 classes in front of the media. No, strictly speaking, it's 6 classes. He alone is in the first class. According to Fong Ping's classification, XMAU's captain, Kong Yuanrong, is a middle stage rank 4. I don't know if he is a strong middle stage rank 4 or an average one in Fong Ping's eyes. If he is average, then it means that in Fong Ping's eyes, Kong Yuanrong is only a rank 4 in the 6th class. Does this mean that when Fong Ping fights against Kong Yuanrong, there will be an instant kill? Of course, this is only Fong Ping's own opinion. As for the specifics, we'll have to wait for both parties to fight before we know. The female commentator laughed. MCMAU's Fong Ping's talent is amazing. His arrogance is also amazing. Although we haven't seen him fight, judging from Fong Ping's position as the president of MCMAU's Martial Arts Society, he shouldn't be weak. However, Kong Yuanrong is also a prodigy from XMAU. Fong Ping might not win so easily. Next, let's take a look at XMAU's order of appearance. The female commentator glanced at it and said quickly, "I realize that this time all the martial arts universities have chosen powerhouses as their starters. XMAU's Kong Yuanrong is also a starter. Then the following competition is worth looking forward to. In terms of martial arts ranks, Fong Ping is stronger than his opponent by 2 small stages at peak rank 4. However, martial arts does not only look at ranks. Fong Ping has improved quickly, but his combat techniques might not be cultivated very deeply. On the other hand, Kong Yuanrong's combat techniques cultivation progress is not low. This can be seen from some of the previous competitions. The 2 commentators livened up the atmosphere. Soon, they announced the contestants to go on stage. Backstage, Fong Ping had a saber at his waist. He strode out. On the opposite side, XMAU's Kong Yuanrong's expression was a little heavy. He also strode out. He had heard about what happened in the morning. Fong Ping had extorted 5 resurrection pills from the vice-chancellor. For these students, this was a humiliation, a great humiliation. Was the vice-chancellor afraid of Fong Ping? What a joke. No matter how much of a genius he was as a grandmaster, the vice-chancellor would not be afraid of Fong Ping. The reason why Fong Ping succeeded was related to these students. The student strength was not as good as others. If Fong Ping really wanted to be ruthless in the competition, even if he did not kill them, if he seriously injured them, it would be enough to make XMAU suffer. When Kong Yuanrong found out about this, he only felt extremely humiliated. These people had actually become Fong Ping's leverage to threaten the vice-chancellor, Fong Ping. Kong Yuanrong's voice was low. He said in a low voice, "You are very arrogant and very confident. Do you think that you can easily beat XMAU? Is that so?" Fong Ping smiled. "Of course. Since you are so confident, how about a bet?" Fong Ping laughed. It had always been him who gambled with others. Unexpectedly, there was someone who gambled with him. "Tell me about it." The probability of XMAU beating MCMAU is not high. I, Kong Yuanrong, will not deceive myself. Let's bet on you and I. If I win, you will return the pills that you took this morning to the vice-chancellor. Fong Ping was stunned. F***CK, you said I was confident, but your self-confidence was boundless. You can beat me? Are you kidding me? However, when he saw Kong Yuanrong's extremely suppressed gaze, Fong Ping suddenly realized that this kid was probably ready to fight to the death with him. His actions in the morning, perhaps in his eyes, were an insult to XMAU, an insult to Vice-Chancellor Fong. At this moment, Kong Yuanrong's heart was probably filled with anger and shame. With these emotions, it was not surprising that he would fight to the death with Fong Ping. Fong Ping, who had just broken through to rank 4, although he had entered peak rank 4 in Kong Yuanrong's eyes, he might not really be that strong. When martial artists fought, it was not just ranks that mattered. What if I win? I will give you 5 resurrection pills. Fong Ping raised his eyebrows. I don't want pills. I don't ask for much. If I win, Distance e-commerce platform will enter XMAU. Can you do that? Kong Yuanrong frowned slightly. He had also heard about this. After thinking for a moment, Kong Yuanrong answered, Okay. I keep feeling like you're taking the initiative to give me money, Fong Ping muttered. The referee beside them also heard the conversation between the two, but he did not say anything to interrupt. After the two finished communicating, the referee shouted, Begin! As soon as the voice fell, Fong Ping's action was unexpected. Just as Kong Yuanrong stepped forward, Fong Ping held a saber with his left hand, clenched his right fist, and suddenly shouted, Shake the ground! Boom! A loud sound rang out. Everyone only saw that Fong Ping did not punch Kong Yuanrong, but hit the ground with his fist. The newly changed battle stage shook instantly. An explosive sound made some people's eyes blur and ears ring. On the battle stage, Kong Yuanrong swayed slightly and hurriedly midair step. Shake the sky! Fong Ping shouted again, and his right fist hit the battle stage again. With a bang, a large number of alloy fragments flew out. In midair, Kong Yuanrong's expression changed, and he hurriedly waved his iron rod to block. The clanging sounds of impact created sparks on the iron rod. Kong Yuanrong felt like he was being hit by countless iron fists. His body swayed, and he retreated continuously. Shake the sky, shake the ground. Fong Ping continued to roar, not even looking at Kong Yuanrong, and hammered madly at the battle stage. A large number of alloy fragments flew rapidly toward Kong Yuanrong, and the area where the fragments flew was limited to the battle stage. Boom! A series of explosions rang out, causing some of the ordinary audience members to feel dizzy and nauseous. At this moment, some of the grandmasters on the second floor made their moves, and their mentality covered the audience seats. At this time, the booming sound was no longer intimidating, but it was still extremely loud. Shake the sky, shake the earth. Hit the bull through the air, destroy the world. Every time Fong Ping threw a punch, he roared, and the entire stadium seemed to shake. The two commentators were already dumbfounded. After a while, the male commentator said with some difficulty, Fong Ping's punch has nothing to do with what he shouted, right? The female commentator identified for a while and smiled bitterly. It's Vajra punch. How could there be so many fist techniques? Fong Ping had been using Vajra punch from the beginning to the end. The male commentator heard that and breathed a sigh of relief. I thought I was really outdated. Then the male commentator said with a blank face, Fong Ping's punches are extremely powerful, and his explosive power is also terrifying. The C-grade alloy battle stage that has just been changed has been smashed into pieces by him. This is not the key point. Fong Ping's control is also extremely strong, and he clearly still has energy left over, limiting the range of the fragments to Kong Yuanrong. Everyone can see that Kong Yuanrong did not take Fong Ping's attack head-on, and he is still resisting with difficulty. The difference between them is huge. But if Fong Ping punches head-on, Kong Yuanrong might not be able to take more than 3 punches. Why did he choose this kind of strategy? The male commentator felt that his decades of cultivation had been in vain. Fong Ping was really strong, at least to Kong Yuanrong. He only used the alloy fragments that flew out as an attack weapon, and Kong Yuanrong was already unable to fight back. At this moment, he was constantly blocking to prevent himself from being sliced into countless pieces by these fragments. And this was only Fong Ping indirectly attacking him. If it was a head-on attack with Fong Ping's strength, he could defeat the other party in no time. Fong Ping's unnecessary move to choose this kind of strategy was really unfathomable. The female commentator was a little troubled. After a pause, she said, "Geniuses all have their own unique ideas. Fong Ping's strength is very strong, this is obvious now. As for why he chose this kind of strategy, it could be his own hobbies and habits." The two commentators were in an extremely difficult position. Second floor. The faces of the few CCMAU powerhouses were also pitch black. Bullsh*T strategy. Fong Ping was deliberately causing trouble. After the competition in the morning, CCMAU deliberately changed the arena, using a giant arena made of C-grade alloy. This kind of arena was more than enough to face rank 5 and 6 martial artists in a battle, as long as they did not deliberately destroy it. But now, Fong Ping, this bastard, was obviously doing it on purpose. Kong Yuanrong, a middle-stage rank 4 martial artist, had a huge gap between him and Fong Ping. His vitality was even close to half, and the gap between their physical strength was even bigger than the limit. Fong Ping did not use any ultimate moves, just purely using his strong physique and vitality to fight in the arena, slightly controlling the direction of the fragments and suppressing Kong Yuanrong to the point where he could not fight back. If he really went all out, Kong Yuanrong might not be able to take a punch from him. Now that he was punching so many times, it looked like a show, but in reality it was all useless. No, it was not useless. At least, the giant arena had already been hit by Fong Ping until it looked like honeycomb coal. Humph! One of the CCMAU instructors really could not hold it in, letting out a heavy humph. Huang Jing and the others looked down. No one said anything, and no one tried to defend themselves. It was a competition, after all. Who cared how Fong Ping fought? He could fight however he wanted, as long as he did not leave the arena. If they had the guts, they could just ask Shishan to admit defeat. Boom! The loud noise continued to resound in the gym. A large number of fragments kept shooting at Kong Yuanrong. Although Kong Yuanrong tried his best to block, some of the fragments still scratched him, and streaks of blood appeared on his body. Fong Ping's vitality force was much stronger than his. At this moment, the alloy fragments were attached to Fong Ping's vitality force, all shooting at him, even comparable to an archer team made up of early-stage rank, for powerhouses attacking him together. Kong Yuanrong was a little desperate. Was the gap between them so big? From the beginning to the end, Fong Ping did not make any contact with him. Could it be that he would fail just like that? Invincible fist! At this moment, Fong Ping roared again, his left hand no longer holding onto the saber, and both his fists punched out at the same time. Above both fists, a dazzling blood-red light burst out. Boom! A sound even louder than before was heard. Crack! An explosive sound was heard, and the arena completely collapsed. The huge arena was only covered with C-grade alloy on the surface. The bottom layer was actually just normal alloy. At this moment, Fong Ping punched with all his strength. Both fists punched out, directly emptying the C-grade alloy on the surface layer. The alloy on the bottom layer could not withstand the huge force, instantly breaking into many pieces. Kacha! A crisp sound. Fong Ping stood in the air, and Kong Yuanrong also stood at the side, panting. The arena under their feet collapsed directly. Fong Ping's expression was normal, and he curled his lips slightly, saying, "The arena has collapsed. Who wins?" The whole arena was silent. After a while, someone on the second floor sighed softly. Kong Yuanrong admits defeat. The voice came from Vice-Chancellor Fong. What was there to fight for? Fong Ping did not seriously injure Kong Yuanrong. It was unknown if it was because the pills in the morning had taken effect, or if he was deliberately causing trouble for CCMAU. But no matter what, the gap in strength was still there. Chapter 340. Kong Yuanrong floated down the stage with endless grievance, anger, vexation, and self-blame, unable to walk down. In short, his emotions had exploded to the limit. This was too much of a bully. From the beginning to the end, you didn't exchange a single blow with me. Even if you heavily injured me with a single punch, I would accept it. But you've been fighting in the arena since the beginning. You've been seriously fighting in the arena, and I've lost just like that. It's even more shameful than being crippled by Fong Ping. Fong Ping did not forget to add insult to injury. He remember the bet. Kong Yuanrong didn't say a word. He didn't even look back as he went backstage. Backstage, the few Shishan Martial Arts University students looked at each other. After a while, the martial artist who was about to go on stage said gloomily, "Do we fight?" Everyone looked at each other. This was not an easy decision to make. Just as everyone was hesitating, an instructor from Shishan Martial Arts University walked in and said in a low voice, "Go on stage and preserve your strength, but you can't admit defeat before the battle." Losing was a given. However, there was no tradition in martial arts universities to admit defeat without going on stage. No matter how difficult it was, he had to go on stage, even if he would lose. When the second person walked out of the backstage, Kong Yuanrong suddenly sighed and quickly said, "Get ready, we're going to fight in the revival match." Forget it this time. They were unlucky to have encountered MCMAU. Currently, he did not suffer any serious injuries. They were all superficial wounds. His strength had not been affected, and he was much stronger than Tiannan Martial Arts University. Tiannan Martial Arts University's Xianjia was injured quite badly. In the losers bracket competition, both of them were set now. Even if they could not defeat MCMAU, they would have no problem defeating Tiannan. At the front desk, the students of Shishan Martial Arts University stared at the dilapidated arena for a long time. After some thought, they chose to step into the air. At this moment, Fong Ping was floating in midair, looking carefree and unrestrained. As he walked on the dilapidated arena, his aura seemed inferior. Fong Ping did not look at him. Instead, he looked at the referee and asked, "Teacher, aren't you going to repair the battle stage?" The referee was speechless. After a while, he said, "It's too late. Let's just fight like this." "Cultivate again? You want me to let you continue after I fix it?" Fong Ping cursed to himself when he heard that. Petty. CCMAU was very small-minded. Second floor. The vice-chancellor of CCMAU suddenly smiled and said, "Tomorrow we'll change to an A-grade alloy arena." Another grandmaster said mildly, "If he can break it, CCMAU will never hold a championship or a challenge tournament ever again." Everyone knew very well why Fong Ping had destroyed the arena this time. As the previous champion, this year's championship should have been held in MCMAU. In the end, CCMAU exerted its influence and took away this opportunity. Fong Ping was obviously extremely dissatisfied. Huang Jing and the others would not say anything, and Fong Ping did not openly say that it was not possible either, because that was the government's opinion. However, during the competition, the arena was destroyed. This proved that the championship organized by CCMAU had many loopholes and was not well prepared. It could be considered as a slap in the face. A-rank alloy arena. Some of the other grandmasters were secretly shocked. CCMAU was indeed the top elite school. Their foundation was truly terrifying. Although the so-called A-grade alloy arena was only plated with A-grade alloy, the arena was very large. Such a large area could not be covered without a ton or two of A-grade alloy. MCMAU set the price of A-grade alloy at 200 credits per kg. A ton would be 200,000 credits. A few tons. If this was used to forge weapons, how many A-grade weapons could be forged? Of course, the A-grade alloy used in the arena was usually scraps. Some were said to be A-grade alloy, but it might not really reach that quality. At this moment, the grandmasters of CCMAU had also made up their minds. "I'll let you hit him. If you really break it, you're good. CCMAU won't hold a competition next time. Are you satisfied now? If you can't break it, then it's best if you break this kid's bones and tendons, so you can hit him. The Grandmasters did not think too much, but the instructors at the side were considering whether to cover the surface with a little bit of C-grade alloy and put A-grade alloy underneath. Let this kid Fong Ping be arrogant. If he really hammered the A-grade alloy floor with his bare hands like now, he could break the bones in his own hands. In the sky above the arena, Fong Ping did not know what CCMAU was thinking. Knowing that the arena would not be repaired, Fong Ping lost some interest. He looked at the person opposite him and said that Zhang Wei is going up. When he was backstage earlier, he did not look at the order of battle because he really did not care. Fong Ping's disdainful attitude was obvious. The Xishan Martial Arts University martial artist was furious, but before he could say anything, Fong Ping said impatiently, "Forget it, we'll know after the fight." "Begin. Fixed body technique." Fong Ping roared again. At the same time, his right fist flashed with a blood-red glow, and a strong vitality force shot toward the opposite side. The person opposite him froze and almost fell from midair. Before he could walk out of the mentality shock, Fong Ping's Maha Punch had already reached him, and vitality invaded his body instantly. Bang! With a muffled sound, the person opposite felt his internal organs vibrate. The third celestial bridge that had just been built in his body shook violently. Under the loss of energy, he could not maintain his midair stance and fell straight down. The audience quieted down again. A strange silence. This is a rank for martial artist? It's a rank for a genius martial artist from Xishan Martial Arts University. Previously, in the Martial Arts University Championship, he defeated a rank for martial artist from another university. He's strong. He should be strong. The person who responded did not know how to respond. Strong? Xishan Martial Arts University's second place. His performance in the Normal Martial Arts University Championship was actually quite outstanding. In other words, the participating members of the martial arts universities that entered the top 10 competition were all prodigies, all powerhouses. But now, MCMAU Fong Ping beat them like they were little kids. He just shouted a few sentences, and the other party was beaten down dumbly. Now he was still in the alloy debris and had not gotten up. It was too embarrassing. Some of the spectators from Xishan wanted to curse out loud. Xishan's glory. Just like that, he was beaten to the point where he did not know if he was dead or alive. At the same time, the participating members were watching the battle from every corner of the gym. Yao Qingjun was not surprised to see the scene. He shook his head slightly and said, "Xishan can't force him to use his strength anymore." In another place, Li Hansong said helplessly, "I can't tell. The gap is too big. Xishan Martial Arts University can't force him to use his full strength at all." Wang Jinyang glanced at Lan Wufeng beside him and smiled faintly. "Compared to you and Zhou Wuji, who's stronger and who's weaker?" Lan Wufeng was silent. "The difference should not be too big. I was the one who advocated for your sister's matter. Don't think about revenge anymore. If you meet him, you won't be able to withstand one move." I understand." Wang Jinyang said no more. Fong Ping, this guy, if he met someone whose strength was not as good as his, or someone whose rank was lower than his, it was almost an instant kill. There was no hope of relying on Xishan Martial Arts University to test his strength. The other universities had peak martial artists who made their moves. Maybe they could see something. In the gym, there was a lot of discussion. Outside the gym, some of the spectators who were watching the live broadcast were also boiling. "What is this? Instant kill. The opponent is a clown, right? I didn't even see Fong Ping make a move. He lost his balance and fell down? I saw it. It looks like a saber glare. Saber glare my ass. It's an external release of chi. One move and the opponent doesn't know if he's dead or alive. Xishan Martial Arts University is too weak. I don't think it's that Shishan Martial Arts University is too weak. If they were weak, they wouldn't be able to make it to the top 20. It's that Fong Ping is too strong. I heard people say that Fong Ping's mentality is external release. Actually, I don't really understand it. In short, it means that it's very awesome. If he meets someone whose mentality is not as good as his, he can directly make the other party unable to fight back. Is this the fixed body technique he was talking about? There really is a fixed body technique? The topic of the people outside the arena gradually drifted away. In the gym, on the second floor, Vice Chancellor Fong of Shishan Martial Arts University could not say anything anymore. He signaled the instructor beside him. The rank 6 Shishan higher-up said helplessly, "Zhou Wuji, admit defeat." On the first floor, Fong Ping smiled and said, "Continue. Don't give me time to rest." No one paid attention to him. Did you put in any effort? Would there be a difference whether you were given time to rest or not? However, the competition still had to continue. The third student from Shishan Martial Arts University entered the arena. He was also the last rank 4 powerhouse from Shishan Martial Arts University. Looking at the other's expression, which was unafraid of death, Fong Ping suddenly said in a low voice, "Give me 5 million, and I'll fight with you for a minute." Fong Ping. Without waiting for that person to speak, the referee scolded, "Continue the competition. If you talk nonsense again, I'll disqualify you." Mother asterisk her, was this kid crazy? He wanted to fake the competition right in front of me. Fong Ping was helpless. Forget it. It was just a joke. The referee was really an old antique. He did not understand humor at all. Fixed body technique. Fong Ping roared again and threw a punch. This time, Fong Ping did not release his chi. Instead, he used flight step to fly in front of his opponent. With a punch, he sent his opponent flying out of the arena. If he admitted defeat, there was no need to let people continue talking. It would waste time. Fong Ping wins. The 2 commentators stopped talking. There was no point in talking now. Fong Ping did not exert any effort. He shouted, "Continue." Shishan Martial Arts University admits defeat. Vice Chancellor Fong, who was on the second floor, opened his mouth to admit defeat. There were still 2 peak rank, 3 martial artists left. There was no point in fighting. If they went on the arena, there was no other possibility other than being sent flying by Fong Ping's punch. The rank 4 martial artists still hoped that they could exchange a few moves. Forget about the rank 3 martial artists. If they fought again, they would really embarrass Shishan Martial Arts University. 5 minutes. In these 5 minutes, Fong Ping fought in the arena for close to 3 minutes. The competition was over. Looking at the full audience, the CCMAU people had another headache. What should they do? Everyone had just entered the arena. Okay. Were they dispersing now? The competition this time also charged entrance fees. $1,000 per ticket. It was not expensive, but it was not cheap either. In the end, some people went to the toilet, and the competition was over. How *King frustrating. The CCMAU people had a headache. At this time, the 2 commentators knew to leave some face for CCMAU. At least they had to save the situation. No matter what, the competition should be fought for tens of minutes. Now that it had ended in a few minutes, it was somewhat untimely. Seeing that Fong Ping was about to step off the stage, the male commentator hurriedly said, "Captain Fong, wait a moment. About the battle just now, do you have anything to say to everyone? MCMAU's ambition is to be first. Although Shishan Martial Arts University is relatively not weak compared to other martial arts universities, MCMAU has developed to this stage in a short period of time, competing with CCMAU. It is not comparable to other martial arts universities. This time, Fong Ping left some face for CCMAU. He continued, "Of course, I also want to say that CCMAU did not organize it very well this time. In the rank 4 battle, it is actually more suitable to fight outdoors. You can't do as you please indoors. This is just an appetizer. After entering the top 10, there will be more powerhouses. I feel that there is no need to continue to limit the battle in the arena. For many people, this is too much of a limitation. I don't mind, but some of the members who specialize in speed might be out of the arena with a dash. Would that be considered their loss? Since it is a contest of strength, then it should be all round. Therefore, I suggest that the next competition be held outdoors. Rank, for martial artists can truly show their strength. Also, in the next competition, I actually suggest adding a new event, team battle. Martial artists are strong in one-on-one battles, but team battles are also extremely necessary. Some martial artists, even rank 4, are not lone travelers. They have their own teams. Team cooperation can explode more powerful combat strength. In addition to team battles, it can also reduce the gap between each other. For example, this time, if Shishan Martial Arts University had formed a 5-man team, although they would still lose, they would not have lost so badly. Fong Ping spoke, frankly, with assurance. The two commentators did not know how to continue. This was no longer a matter of this competition. In desperation, the male commentator could only interrupt. President Fong, in your opinion, in this championship, which team is the most threatening? In terms of overall strength, CCMAU is naturally the most threatening. However, although CCMAU's overall strength is strong, individual battles may not be very useful. With such a competition system, the stronger the individual, the more threatening they would be. FMS, CCMAU, and NMU all have rank 4 powerhouses holding down the fort. They are evenly matched. NMAU? President Fong is referring to President Wang Jinyang. President Wang's ranking in the rank 4 ranking list is not too high. Fong Ping laughed. To us, the ranking list is actually just an accessory. If you have time, try to challenge it. If not, it doesn't matter. We're not that free. Most of the time, don't care too much about these things. These words sounded as if Yao Chengjun and Li Hansong were very free. The faces of the people from CCMAU and FMS were filled with indignation. They were even dissatisfied with the commentators. What was the point of asking? Hurry up and make him leave. The two commentators, seeing that the time had dragged on for more than 10 minutes, stopped asking. They smiled and said, "Thank you, President Fong, for your comments on this competition." Fong Ping did not care and went backstage directly. As for the alloy fragments in front of the arena, Fong Ping did not look at them. In public, he had to maintain his dignity. Although he could take it away as a trophy and CCMAU might not ask him for it, Fong Ping was also a person who cared about his reputation. How could he do such a thing? As soon as he entered backstage, Fong Ping looked at Qin Fengqing and said, "There are quite a lot of C-grade alloy on the arena. CCMAU is too embarrassed to take it away now. You go and take it. 8-20 split." Qin Fengqing was stunned. He was speechless. "Why don't you take it yourself?" "Nonsense. Everyone knows me. I'm well known. Why would I do such a thing? You're fine. Not many people know you. I'll take it. Then it's mine. I'll break it. 850. I'll do it for you. 820. I'll take 80 and you take 20. 73. The two of them discussed enthusiastically. The faces of the people from XMAU at the side darkened. Then they all left backstage in silence. Losing to others was fine. Losing to this team always made them feel very ashamed. Hurry up, or else it'll be taken away. I'll go then. Qin Fengqing did not waste any more words. Once he got it, who would give it to Fong Ping? Did he think he was stupid? Seeing Qin Fengqing running away so quickly, Zhang Yu felt a headache coming on. Leave some face for MCMAU. It was for MCMAU, not CCMAU. How embarrassing. Fong Ping glanced at him and said indifferently, "It's not like I did it." Qin Fengqing went to scavenge. Even if it's embarrassing, it's only him. He doesn't care anyway. Zhang Yu was helpless. MCMAU was no longer the MCMAU from before. At the same time, many of the grandmasters on the second floor who were about to leave suddenly coughed. The faces of the CCMAU instructors were frighteningly dark. Huang Jing looked left and right as if he was looking for an excuse. After a while, he said, Qin Fengqing took the initiative to help CCMAU clean up. MCMAU and CCMAU are a family. Students should do the same. Don't be too biased. Tang Feng and the others breathed a sigh of relief. It was hard on the dean. He finally managed to find an excuse. CCMAU's vice-chancellor laughed suddenly. He did not say anything else. He glanced at Qin Fengqing, who was picking up the alloy fragments with his butt in the air. He said as he walked, Dean Huang is right. Next time, CCMAU will be a family with MCMAU. Chapter 341. Backstage. After the people from XMAU left, Fang Ping became much more serious. Fighting XMAU is just for fun. MCMAU is in the top 10. No one will choose to challenge MCMAU. The key is still the 3 schools I mentioned. Don't let your guard down. Understood? Chun Wenlong responded. He thought for a while and asked, Your vitality is very strong. It's all right. Fang Ping smiled. Should be a little stronger than you guys. Qin Wenlong was speechless, but he did not care too much. He pondered for a moment and said, If it's convenient. Convenient. Vitality, 3,200 calories. Fang Ping's ability to answer was very strong. Chen Wenlong did not feel hurt. He only sighed. If your combat techniques are cultivated to a high level, you won't need us at all. You can defeat the other 19 teams by yourself. He was not joking. 3,200 calories vitality. What did that mean? A normal peak rank for martial artist vitality limit was about 2,000 calories. A twice-honed martial artist vitality was slightly higher, below 2,400 calories. A thrice-honed martial artist's vitality usually did not exceed 2,600 calories. How much did Fang Ping have? 3,200 calories. Yao Qingjun and the rest of the martial artists in the competition this time were not weak. Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong's vitality might be around 2,600 calories or even higher. Because their bodies had mutated, they could withstand stronger vitality. It definitely did not exceed 3,000 calories. Chen Wenlong was sure of this. If it really exceeded 3,000 calories, he could see it when Li Hansong was ranked. Fang Ping's vitality was much higher than theirs, and it had broken through the 3,000 calories limit. This meant that Fang Ping's vitality was much stronger than theirs. Fang Ping's mentality was strong, and so was his physique. In terms of weapons, Fang Ping was definitely not weak after changing his weapon. If Fang Ping's combat techniques were cultivated deeply, coupled with the advantage of fast vitality recovery, it was not an exaggeration to defeat 19 teams alone. Fang Ping shook his head. Don't underestimate those guys. I'm a genius and they're not weak either. They've been stuck at this stage for a while. Also, once I unleash my true strength, even if they want to fight me at the same level, they'll consider the school's interests. If I fight one of Yao Qingjun and the rest will probably try to break through rank 5 during this time. Just entered rank 5, that's for other people. Once they break through the limit of rank, the strength of their vitality and body won't be weaker than mine. Do you understand what I mean? Chan Wenlong nodded. If he really wanted to break through to rank 5, Fang Ping would not care even if the average peak rank for martial artist vitality increased and their physique became stronger. However, geniuses were geniuses because they were different from the masses. If Yao Qingjun broke through, his mentality would be stronger, even stronger than Fang Ping's. When Li Hansong broke through, his vitality and physique would become extremely strong. Because his skull was naturally formed, he had the capital to do so. It was the same for Wang Jinyang. When these people broke through to the next rank, the increase in their strength was obvious. As for Fong Ping, he had just entered this stage. His peak rank for had not stabilized yet. Although his 5 viscera had been honed, it was only the preliminary stage. He had not thoroughly honed them yet. At this time, he could not simply break through, or else it would easily leave behind hidden dangers. As they were talking, Qin Fengqing ran back happily. His jacket had been taken off, and it was full of alloy fragments. Before Fong Ping could say anything, Qin Fengqing said immediately, "Go back and distribute it. The people from CCMAU will be here soon." Fong Ping glanced at him. "You kid, you're not planning to share it with me, are you?" He had already expected this. However, Qin Fengqing was too green. Very soon, Tang Feng appeared backstage. His expression was slightly dark. He said in a low voice, "Enough fooling around." Fong Ping had guessed that he would come. He smiled and said, "Instructor Tang, I'm not fooling around. I've thought about it. These alloys will be used as the Martial Arts Society's public funds to continue training new students. CCMAU's foundation is deeper than ours. We don't have to be too concerned about our reputation. After all, it's what our students do. To be honest, for the sake of MCMAU's greatness, I don't care if it's embarrassing or not. One day, when MCMAU's students are strong, I'll be satisfied with less sacrifices and less blood in the catacombs. As for reputation, it's nothing. When MCMAU tramples the catacombs in the future, who will care about the ridiculous things we did when we were young? In this life, people can't only think about themselves. If I only think about myself, why would I care about these things now?" Tang Feng was slightly stunned. Suddenly, there was an indescribable feeling in his heart. This Fong Ping? The Fong Ping who always smiled cheekily in front of others, as if nothing mattered to him, had always been thinking about MCMAU. Fong Ping interrupted him with a smile. "Instructor, I know that you have some prejudice against me. It's okay. I also know that you're doing this for my own good and for MCMAU's good. However, an individual's path is different. You might be thinking about individual bravery, but I might be thinking a little more than you think. MCMAU's greatness, Sino Nation's greatness, humanity's greatness. It sounds a little ridiculous. I'm just a rank for martial artist, yet I'm worried about so many things. But this is my path. I want to keep walking it like this. It's fine if you understand or not. Maybe you think that I'm embarrassing you. No, it's not embarrassing." Tang Feng said in a low voice, "Well done. Fong Ping, perhaps I really have different considerations from you. Maybe people of my generation are not as broad-minded as you. If you think it's right, then do it. I, Tang Feng, may not be good at other things, but I still have some martial strength. I'll support you in MCMAU. Thank you for your support, instructor." Fong Ping smiled casually. He looked at the angry Qin Fengqing and said, "Qin Fengqing, hand these things over to the Martial Arts Society." I, Qin Fengqing, as an MCMAU student, the old vice-chancellor's grand disciple, or rather half a disciple. Don't you want to fulfill the old vice-chancellor's last wish? 1 school and 1 catacombs. Is this something that you can compare to? Qin Fengqing's expression kept changing. "Fine, keep it for yourself. The next day, when our MCMAU instructors and students die in battle in a foreign land, you, Qin Fengqing, remember to shed a few tears for us. Consider it a token of our gratitude." "Fong Ping, don't give me that." Qin Fengqing looked annoyed. After a while, he said, "I'll give it all to you." I knew it. Motherf asterisk cur. I knew that with Fong Ping around, I won't be able to reap any benefits. I actually foolishly believed his words. This guy is too good at talking. If I don't give it to him, for the sake of this bit of alloy, MCMAU instructors and students will die in battle in the future. That will be Qin Fengqing's responsibility. Fong Ping did not care about his grievance. He sighed softly. With great power comes great responsibility. It's not an empty saying. Martial artists of my generation have small families and big families. When we're weak, we care about our small family. When we're strong, we care about the big family. Everything I do, I can't make everyone satisfied or convinced. But I believe that one day you'll understand my painstaking efforts. The students, including Tang Feng, all looked solemn. They looked at Qin Fengqing again. They were a little dissatisfied. For such a small amount of wealth, did he lose the demeanor of a martial artist? Fang Ping did not continue talking about this. As he walked, he said, I've already discussed with CCMAU, XMAU, and NMAU. The e-commerce platform will be set up. The instructors will start exchanging combat techniques. Instructor Tang, I hope you can support me. Tang Feng frowned slightly. You've discussed it? They agreed? Yes. If nothing unexpected happens, it shouldn't be a big problem. Having said that, Fang Ping added, other than these few schools, I'll talk to a few more to deepen the communication and exchange. For now, the university's higher-ups don't have to show up. We students can organize it. This way, if there's a problem, the university will have an excuse, and it'll all be my responsibility. I don't care what people say. I hope the instructors can understand that I, Fang Ping, am not fighting for power. I know myself well. Everything I have now is given to me by the university. The grandmasters treat me like their own son. To say that I'm fighting for power is just a joke. Tang Feng nodded. I'll make this clear to the vice-chancellor and the others. Fang Ping laughed. He turned his head to look at Chen Wenlong and the others. His tone was sincere. Actually, I have a presumptuous request. If I say it, everyone might think that I'm too greedy, but I still have to say it. I hope that after you graduate, you can continue to stay in MCMAU as instructors. MCMAU has 1,000 things to do now. I, Fang Ping, am just one person. The instructors are getting on in years. We're still young. We can contribute more to the university and fight for a few more years. Of course, compared to going to other places, it might be hard on all of you. If you go to the military department, the Department of Investigation Services, or other government departments, you can all be in high positions. You won't just be instructors, supervising a few students. It's a waste of your talents, Zhang Yu immediately said. Don't say that. The achievements we have today are all given to us by the university. It's all thanks to the instructor's guidance. I don't represent others. After I graduate, I'll continue to teach in MCMAU. Liang Fenghua added, I'll stay too. I'll stay too. Out of the 10 members, 4 or 5 of them agreed to stay. Chen Wenlong looked conflicted. He was already a commander-in-chief in the military department. Fang Ping saw the situation and smiled. Senior Qin, you don't have to feel bad. You can continue to work in the military department. I just hope that one day, when MCMAU needs you, Senior Qin, you can give MCMAU some help. I'll do my best. Before Xia Lei could say anything, Fang Ping said, Xia Lei, you still have a long way to go before you graduate. Let's talk about it after. Xia Lei did not say anything. Fang Ping looked at Qin Fengqing again. With a faint smile, he said, Other than MCMAU, you have nowhere else to go. Do whatever you want. Qin Fengqing was instantly enraged. He asked, What do you mean? You know. Fang Ping was too lazy to say more. Don't others know what kind of person you are? The military department is so strict. If they let you go, it'll be too scary. Other places were more or less the same. If you don't stay in MCMAU, after 3 to 5 months, you'll either be a loner or have to return to MCMAU. Fang Ping was too lazy to persuade him. At this moment, Qin Fengqing was so sullen that he was about to explode. Just wait and see. I, Qin Fengqing, will not stay in MCMAU. As long as Fang Ping was in MCMAU, he felt that he would not be able to make a name for himself. It was too sullen. Also, why were the others so easy to fool? Lion Tang had actually sided with Fang Ping. If he stayed in MCMAU, what good would he get? Qin Fengqing glanced at Tang Feng. Big idiot. Fang Ping said some nonsense, and you took it seriously? Just wait and see. If Fang Ping tortures you to death and makes you do manual labor without any benefits, let's see if you regret it. He looked at the heavy alloy fragments in his arms again. No matter how he looked at it, he hated it. Next time something like this happens, even if Fang Ping throws money in front of me, I won't take it. 3 RD of December. In the morning, it was SCMAU versus MCMAU. In the afternoon, it was CCMAU versus Donglin. Fang Ping was quite interested in these two matches. In the morning, Fang Ping went to the gym alone to watch the excitement. CCMAU did not change its mind and continued to compete indoors. However, there was a rumor that after the battle of the top 10 was confirmed, they would choose to fight outdoors. Initially, Fang Ping did not care. He was the one who suggested it. However, when he saw that they had changed to a new stage, the alloy quality of the new stage seemed to be ridiculously good. Fang Ping almost slapped himself. MCMAU would not have a chance to go on stage before the battle of the top 10. In other words, he would not have a chance to break this stage, nor would he have a chance to let others take advantage of it. Damn it! Before the competition started, Fang Ping suddenly slammed his hand on the seat. CCMAU was too much. Although he could not fill his own pockets and make things difficult for the instructors, entering the martial arts society was no different from putting it in his own pocket. Now, CCMAU was obviously not giving him a chance. Fang Ping had just vented his anger. Beside him, Qin Yunqi asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Do not ask her why she was here. Although there was no MCMAU competition today, her grandfather and brother were both here. She had no choice but to come. Fang Ping let out a breath and smiled. Nothing. I just thought of something unpleasant. Oh, right. Why don't you go to the second floor? It's the same here. Fang Ping smiled and looked up at the second floor. Forget it, he would not go. If he went to XMAU, the old man would probably take the opportunity to flip out. In the end, he did not go up. Instead, someone came down. Chun Yaoting walked over slowly. He glanced at Fang Ping and said carelessly, "Kid, what do you think about SCMAU in this round of competition?" SCMAU will definitely win, of course. Fang Ping smiled. But SCMAU can only advance by beating up the girls. Now, SCMAU has actually widened the gap between it and the famous schools. Chun Yaoting's expression did not change. It was as if he did not hear him. Fang Ping said again, "Vice-Chancellor Qin, I want to further expand the range of martial arts universities in the near future. CCMAU, NMAU, XMAU, and many other martial arts universities have chosen to join. I wonder if SCMAU has this thought? Just by relying on your e-commerce platform? Of course not. Forget it. You might not understand even if I tell you. I'll ask Yunqi to come up with a brief future plan later. I'll find a chance to talk to President Chun Haoren. You won't stop me, right? I don't care about that. Just don't hurt SCMAU's instructors and students. That won't happen. I, Fang Ping, am not that kind of person. Let's not talk about others. Yunqi is also a member of MCMAU. SCMAU and MCMAU are actually family." Chan Yaoting said faintly. "MCMAU students include the descendants of all the martial arts university instructors. If that's the case, we're all family?" "You could say that." Fang Ping smiled again. "Martial arts universities are originally family. It's a pity that you're not the Minister of Education. Old Qin, you overestimate me. The current me has reached my limit as MCMAU's Vice-Chancellor." Qin Yaoting choked. "Do you think I'm complimenting you?" All right, he did not know what to say anymore. "Is MCMAU's Vice-Chancellor that worthless in your eyes?" He glanced sideways at his granddaughter. Was that a look of worship? Qin Yaoting felt a little tired. He said lightly, "Let's watch the competition." Yunchi, after the competition, go backstage and interact more with SCMU students. When he said this, the old man was thinking about keeping the goodies within the family. His granddaughter should find a good candidate in SCMAU to talk to. Although SCMAU was not as good as MCMAU, they had many prodigies. Rank, 4 students were all prodigies. Moreover, they were cultivated by him. Naturally, he had feelings for them. In the end, Chin Yunchi seemed to have misunderstood. She said dryly, "Grandpa, I'm only rank 3. I can't beat them. When I reach rank 4, I'll lead the team to SCMAU." "Gotcha!" The old man crushed the metal fence he was holding on to. "I said exchange, not spar." "Why are you only thinking about leading the team to SCMAU? Are you still my granddaughter?" He smiled and said, "There will be plenty of opportunities. Yunchi, stay in school after graduation. You can often lead the team to SCMAU for exchange." "Can I stay in school?" Chen Yunchi seemed happy. "Yes, you can. Work hard and strive to reach rank for as soon as possible. When you graduate as a rank 5, you won't be considered weak even among the instructors. Then will you stay in school?" "Of course. If nothing goes wrong, I'll probably take over MCMAU after graduation. I believe that when that time comes, MCMAU will be unimaginably powerful. I believe it too." The metal fence in Chun Yaoting's hand had already been crushed to pieces. Fong Ping glanced at it from the corner of his eye and secretly swallowed. If nothing went wrong, Chin Yaoting might achieve Golden Body within 3 years. Golden Body. He did not know how long it would take. He might not be able to defeat this old man. Chapter 342. South Capital Martial Arts University versus Magic City Women's University. In a situation where female martial artists were rare, the moment a female student from Shanghai went up the stage, the audience immediately cheered. As for South Capital Martial Arts University, the atmosphere was cold and cheerless when they went on stage. Chin Yaoting did not seem to mind. Fong Ping, on the other hand, sighed and said, "This popularity. Old Chin, when it's time to invest, you still have to." Chin Yaoting remained silent. Fong Ping coughed softly and said, "I'm serious. In this day and age, even good wine needs to be hidden in deep alleys." The South Capital's reputation was not prominent, even if they got the title of one of the top 10 famous schools. Under the same circumstances, they would still be among the top 10 famous schools. The other schools were more famous, so of course I would choose the other schools. The future belongs to the young. The young people of today have a better cultivation environment than us, and their progress is faster. Chin Yaoting said lightly, "You're not 20 yet." "You speak as if you are very old. Better cultivation environment than yours? Have you passed the golden training period or something?" After rebutting Fong Ping, Chin Yaoting suddenly asked, "How do I invest?" Fong Ping's interest was immediately piqued. He smiled and said, "First strength." Of course, SCMAU was slightly weaker, but it wasn't obvious this time. Second, build momentum. At least when the people from South Capital Martial Arts University went on stage, the atmosphere in the audience reached a climax. They all looked very excited. Thirdly, if they were slightly weaker, they could learn from the Shanghai Women's College and have handsome guys and beautiful girls join the battle to attract attention. Fourthly, the fastest way to spread nowadays is still the internet. Put more effort into the internet and write some articles to promote SCMAU. For example, when a certain someone entered SCMAU, he achieved rank 3 in 1 year, rank 5 in 3 years, 5th. They should shout their slogans louder, such as surpassing CCMAU in 3 years, defeating MCMAU in 5 years, striving for first place, and so on. Even if everyone knows that you are not as good as the 2 of us, it still gives people the illusion that the South Capital is the 3rd best. 6th, as SCMAU, which is close to Capital City, is also one of the elite schools in the north. Provoke CCMAU more, regardless of whether you win or lose. If you dare to provoke them, everyone will remember CCMAU, and they will remember SCMAU. This is called hype and it's also to ride on the popularity. Evil and crooked. Qin Yaoting scolded him and ignored Fang Ping. However, the old man pondered in his heart. Would his grandson be able to do this? Forget it. If it doesn't work, I'll find a professional to do it. There is no shortage of such talents in SCMAU. Fang Ping curled his lips. If they wanted to do it, then so be it. Ignoring Qin Yaoting, Fang Ping started watching the match. Chun Haoren, the strongest fighter from South Capital, was the starter. Upper stage rank for Chun Haoren's opponent was a middle stage rank for girl from MCW. She was also the girl who had scolded Qin Fengqin last time. The two of them quickly exchanged blows. After watching for a while, Fang Ping suddenly became extremely displeased. He shouted, "Martial artists don't differentiate between men and women. They're just playing." As soon as those words were spoken, Chun Haoren, who had been standing on the stage modestly, suddenly exerted his strength. His speed and strength increased by 30%, and in less than 10 moves, he swiftly defeated his opponent. Fang Ping curled his lips slightly and got up to leave. Qin Yaoting didn't say anything. After he left, Qin Yaoting looked at his granddaughter, who was still looking around, and said, "He's quite a character, but he's in the period of martial arts advancement. I'm afraid he won't think too much about relationships." Chun Yunqi blushed and said softly, "I know. Of course, martial arts experts should fight for what they deserve." Qin Yaoting smiled faintly. "The prerequisite is that you have enough strength. If you don't have enough strength, you'll be completely dominated by others. This isn't the style of children of martial artists. You're only a middle stage rank 3 now. You're too far behind. Cultivate well." Having said that, the old man took out a wooden box from his pocket and handed it to his granddaughter. His eyes were filled with affection as he smiled and said, "Don't delay your cultivation." Chun Yunqi opened the wooden box, curiously. Inside was an energy stone the size of an egg. Chun Yunqi's mouth opened slightly. A cultivationating energy stone? It was so big, at least 200 grams. This could be sold for at least 200 million outside. "Grandpa, this should be given to second brother. If he wants it, he'll fight for it himself. This is a gift from Grandpa. You're not a SCMAU student, so Grandpa won't be using his authority for personal gain." Chun Yaoting shook his head. This was what he had obtained from the catacombs. If his children and grandchildren wanted it, then they should fight for it themselves. His granddaughter's strength was slightly weaker, and she was also a girl. He still had to take extra care of her. Just as Chun Yunqi was about to speak, Fang Ping, who had walked off somewhere, appeared in front of her in a flash. After staring at the wooden box in her hand for a while, Fang Ping said faintly, "Keep it. Don't let old Qin down. With this energy stone, you won't have to worry about things like vitality before you achieve rank 4. Keep it. If it's inconvenient to carry it, I can hold it for you." Chun Yunqi did not let him hold it. She kept the wooden box properly and nodded. "Grandpa, I'll hold it then." Fang Ping felt slightly regretful. "I don't want it from you. I'll hold it for you. At most, I'll let you test its purity. Wouldn't it be tiring to hold it yourself?" Shifting his gaze away from the wooden box, Fang Ping glanced at Qin Yaoting. A grandmaster was a grandmaster indeed. A rich man. The egg-sized, cultivationating energy stone was taken out just like that. If he had not sensed the energy fluctuation, he would have missed it. If that silly girl Chun Yunqi did not want it, it would be a huge loss. Instead of giving it to old Chun to strengthen SCMAU, Chun Yunqi was still a member of MCMAU. "Old Chin, have you ever seen a cultivationating energy stone the size of a human head?" Chun Yaoting smiled without saying a word. "Old Chin, give Yunqi one the size of a human head next time. This isn't quite enough. I'll make the decision this time. Yunqi can go to MCMAU's energy room and burn and release energy stones there to cultivate." Qin Yaoting glanced at him. Humans could use the cultivation-aiding energy stones to cultivate directly. However, rank 3 martial artists were too weak to cultivate. They might not be able to absorb much energy in one go. They had to constantly absorb and convert energy through their own efforts. MCMAU's energy room, on the other hand, could release energy directly, saving a lot of effort. SCMAU did not have this condition. The construction of the energy room was expensive. Fan Ping said that he would make the decision to let Chen Yunqi cultivate there. It would not be too difficult to use Chen Yunqi's own energy stones, but not everyone could do it. However, Qin Yaoding would not thank him. He smiled faintly and said, "This is MCMAU's own business." "That's true. Old Qin, when can you deliver the head-sized energy stone?" Qin Yaoting ignored him. He wanted to get as far away from him as possible. "Head-sized? Do you know how heavy an energy stone of that size is? More than 10 kilograms. If this thing really appeared, even grandmasters would be jealous. Moreover, unless it was deep in the energy mine, it was almost impossible to see such a large, high-purity energy stone." Seeing that he was ignoring him, Fan Ping felt slightly regretful again. "I've never seen such a big one. It's good to take it out for me to broaden my horizons." Not to mention such a big one, it was his first time seeing one the size of an egg. "Don't waste time here, Yunqi. Go back to MCMAU in the afternoon. I'll let the school know. Go to the energy room to cultivate. In the afternoon." Chun Yunqi looked surprised. The competition was not over yet. "It's still early before MCMAU's competition. There's no point in wasting time here. We're different. We've been cultivating for so long, and we're still at the bottleneck stage. You should enter rank for as soon as possible." This time, Qin Yaoting supported her. "Go to MCMAU to cultivate. The top 10 competition is still a few days away. Also, MCMAU won't lose easily unless it's the fight for first place." "There's no suspense in the fight for first place," Fan Ping interrupted. Qin Yaoting continued to ignore him. It was tiring to communicate with Fan Ping. This kid always liked to interrupt. Seeing that both of them said so, Qin Yunqi thought for a while and nodded. "All right then, I'll go back first. I'll come back when it's the finals." Fan Ping nodded slightly. He did not stay any longer. His figure moved and disappeared again. Qin Yaoting saw that and smiled. This kid's nose was really sharp. He suspected that if he took out another energy stone now, this kid would appear again very soon. "Mentality is really not weak," Qin Yaoting murmured. "If this kid could really fight to the point of being invincible in the middle ranks, he would almost certainly win in the higher ranks." MCMAU had really picked up a treasure. There was not much suspense in the morning's competition. Although the upper stage rank 4 Qin Haoren did not defeat 5 times, he still defeated 3 rank 4 martial artists from MCMAU. The remaining 2 rank 3 martial artists were easily defeated by SCMAU's number 2. This time, 7 of the normal martial arts universities had fought their way through. However, other than NMAU, Fan Ping did not think that any other university had any hope of entering the top 10 rankings. The afternoon's competition was CCMAU versus Donglin Martial Arts University. Fan Ping went to take a look and left immediately. Li Hansong did not fight. The first to fight was another person in the top 100 list, Qin Zhe. Although Qin Zhe, who was ranked in the top 100 list, was not as good as Li Hansong, he was much stronger than the average peak rank for martial artist. Donglin Martial Arts University also knew that it was almost impossible for them to win. In order to preserve their strength, they did not put in too much effort. Qin Zhe defeated all of them alone. Fan Ping watched one match and left immediately. There was not much suspense. 2 days. For matches, there was almost no suspense. NSMS, MCMAU, SCMAU, and CCMAU advanced smoothly. December 4th, SNMAU versus Beijiang Martial Arts University in the morning. FMS versus East Sino Nation Normal University in the afternoon. These two matches were much more intense than the previous ones. Second floor of the gym. On the fourth, XMAU's Vice-Chancellor Feng did not come. Naturally, Feng Ping would not squeeze in on the first floor. He went straight to the second floor. He was not the only one there. At this moment, Wang Jinyang, Li Hansong, and the others were also there. The other members of a few teams were also watching the matches from the side. On the stage, SNMAU's Liu Shiji was fighting with the president of Beijiang Martial Arts University. Liu Shiji, peak rank 4, ranked 48th in the top 100 list. It was not a low ranking. SNMAU was also the strongest among the 8-school alliance. Previously, it was ranked 3rd in the country, second only to the Big Two. Feng Ping watched for a while, then turned his head to look at Wang Jinyang and smiled. NMAU against SNMAU. That's going to be a little troublesome. Wang Jinyang's strength was naturally very strong. However, if he encountered Liu Shiji, even if he won, it would not be too easy for him. Moreover, SNMAU still had 4 rank 4s. One of them was upper stage, and the other was middle stage. Wang Jinyang might not be able to defeat them. Wang Jinyang nodded slightly, but he still smiled. It's a little troublesome, but it should still be bearable. Although Liu Shiji was strong, he was definitely no match for him. Wang Jinyang still had this much confidence. Wang Jinyang aside, Qin Fengqing said confidently, "If I encounter Liu Shiji, let me go. I'm too lazy to fight for the ranking. If I defeat him, I can also enter the rank 4 ranking." "You?" Feng Ping smiled. "That's enough. We know each other very well. Unless Liu Shiji doesn't fight back and lets you chop him, you're still lacking." Qin Fengqing snorted. "Are you looking down on me? If the battle of the top 10 isn't limited to the arena, do you think that idiot Liu Shiji can be my opponent?" Other than one saber style, speed was one of Qin Fengqing's biggest advantages. If he faced Liu Shiji head-on, he might not be his match. Comparing speed, patience, and endurance, Qin Fengqing was very confident that Liu Shiji would definitely lose in the end. The others did not care about this. Wang Jinyang, on the other hand, was a little curious. "Qin Fengqing, you're improving very fast. Upper stage rank for now." "Of course," Qin Fengqing said happily. "Just you wait. I'll surpass you sooner or later." Wang Jinyang was peak rank 1. He was peak rank 1. Wang Jinyang was peak rank 3. He had just entered rank 3. Wang Jinyang was peak rank 4. He had caught up and entered upper stage rank 4. The gap between them narrowed again. "I hope so." Wang Jinyang smiled. Qin Fengqing was still as confident as ever. As for catching up to him, if everything went smoothly, he would be rank 5 after the competition. Perhaps he might even be a little ahead. It was still too early for Qin Fengqing to enter rank 5. As they chatted, they went off topic. Li Hansong said, "Beijiang Martial Arts University is actually not weak. Their fighting style is usually very straightforward. This time, they're not straightforward enough. They're probably saving their strength for the losers group competition. The real competition will be more intense before the top 10. The fight for the only place in the losers group should be more intense." Feng Ping nodded. The losers group competition this time will depend on the 8-school alliance members and Beijiang Martial Arts University, who were eliminated. The other universities are a little weaker. Although Beijiang Martial Arts University has fewer rank for members, having more people is useless in critical moments. Li Hansong thought for a while and said, "This time Changjiang will fight Taishan, Capital Mining will fight Southeast, and NMU will fight South Sino. Out of these 6 universities, 3 will enter the losers group. Also, FMS will fight East Sino Nation Normal University. ESNNU will probably enter the losers group too. If NMAU doesn't want to be challenged by the loser, I'm afraid Junior Wong will have to put in a lot of effort tomorrow. If NMAU won against Sust, or if someone was injured, the chances of being challenged by the first place in the losers group was very high. Wang Jinyang smiled and said nothing. Of course, he had to put in a lot of effort tomorrow. Otherwise, NMAU would definitely be challenged. During the conversation, Liu Shiji defeated 3 people in a row and did not continue fighting. SNMAU's upper stage rank for martial artist was the second to go on stage. Against an early stage rank 4 and a peak rank 3 martial artist, he was almost completely suppressed and the battle ended quickly. Fong Ping watched and yawned. The gap between martial arts universities was still quite obvious. The first round was all about the strong fighting the weak, and the weak group did not put in much effort. It looked like a lively fight, but to Fong Ping and the others, it was not interesting at all. In the afternoon, FMS fought East Sino Nation Normal University. SNNU was not weak either. 5 rank 4 martial artists, none of them upper stage, 3 of them middle stage, and 2 of them early stage. In the end, the fight was even more boring than normal martial arts universities. Yao Qingjun was the first to go on stage. ESNNU made a lot of gimmicks, but when it came to the actual fight, they focused on avoiding. After dragging it out for a minute or 2, they simply followed up with a move and flew out of the arena. They did not even have to shout to admit defeat. This is a rigged fight. Fong Ping watched 2 matches and cursed under his breath. ESNNU was really shameless in order to preserve their strength. Could they not go head-to-head with Yao Qingjun for a few rounds? After 5 rounds, Yao Qingjun did not even pant and directly defeated ESNNU. This time, ESNNU did not suffer too much criticism. Instead, Yao Qingjun's reputation grew. Compared to Fong Ping, Yao Qingjun was the 3rd rank for martial artist. He had defeated 5 rank 4s in a row, not Fong Ping's Shishan Martial Arts University. The 3rd rank for martial artist and even the 1st rank for martial artist became louder. The spectators in the outside world were just there to watch the show. Seeing how easily Yao Qingjun defeated rank for martial artists, they all thought that this guy was ridiculously strong. Coupled with his previous ranking, many people now recognized him as the 1st rank for martial artist. Fong Ping did not say it out loud, but he had muttered to himself many times. This time it was fine if others did not want to fight, but they must fight FMS. The 1st rank for martial artist was Fong Ping's. 5th of December. In the morning, NMAU versus Sust. In the afternoon, YMS versus CMAU. Fong Ping came to watch again. The match between NMAU and Sust was also the most exciting match in the first round. As one of the 8-school alliance and one of the top 10 schools in the past, Sust would definitely not deliberately preserve its strength and admit defeat. Although NMAU had Wang Jinyang, he was still alone. Under such circumstances, Sust had a chance of winning. 5 rank 4 powerhouses, the strongest of which was an upper stage rank 4. This was their confidence. In addition, Wang Jinyang had not fought recently. His rank 4 ranking was at the bottom. This was also something that Sust would not give up. This time, it was not only Fong Ping who came. Many people came, including the winners and losers groups. Almost everyone came to watch. Among the 7 normal martial arts universities, NMAU was the most unpredictable. The match soon began. At this moment, there were more grandmasters on the 2nd floor than there were 2 days ago. Whether NMAU could obtain a place in the top 10 schools depended on this match. If they lost, there was not much hope. If they won, it would be difficult, and the hope was slim. Begin. When the referee gave the order, Wang Jinyang's aura instantly soared to the limit. In the midst of everyone's days, a Changdao seemed to be magnified countless times. A blood-red glow flashed, falling from the sky. The president of the Sust Martial Arts Society, an upper stage rank for powerhouse, could not react in time and was defeated by the slash. Blood gushed out of his chest, spurting out like a fountain. Bang! At the same time as the blood spurted out, the other party suffered heavy injuries. He flew backward and landed heavily on the ground. Phew! In the arena, the sound of breathing became heavier. Many people's expressions were solemn. NMAU's Wang Jinyang was unexpectedly strong. An upper stage rank 4 powerhouse could not even withstand one slash and was seriously injured. He could basically say goodbye to the championship this time. On the second floor, Sust's vice-chancellor's expression was also very heavy. He had indeed underestimated Wang Jinyang. In order to establish his dominance, Wang Jinyang attacked ruthlessly. If there were no surprises, he would continue to attack ruthlessly. If Sust continued like this, they might say goodbye to the top 10 for good. The second match also proved his guess. As soon as the second person entered the arena, the match command was given. Wang Jinyang's Changdao was so fast that it was invisible. The shadow of the saber flashed. Like the previous person, the other party fell off the arena in the same way, covered in blood. Very strong. Fang Ping frowned slightly. Wang Jinyang, a mutated martial artist, was much stronger than the average peak rank 4. There was no need to watch this match. NMAU would definitely win. At Wang Jinyang's level, without a powerhouse of the same level, a few more rank 4s would not make much of a difference. Fang Ping waited until he defeated the third person with one slash before he stopped watching. He could not see anything. He would only be able to tell who was stronger or weaker when they fought. In less than 3 minutes, the referee shouted, "NMAU wins." This match ended the fastest. Before this, countless people were guessing who would win and who would lose. Could NMAU win? Would the two sides fight to the death? Chapter 343. Very strong. NMAU easily defeated Sust. Wang Jinyang finished the battle in 5 moves. This was beyond many people's expectations. Was NMAU strong? Average. It was not NMAU that was strong, but Wang Jinyang himself. Before the competition, because Wang Jinyang's rank for ranking was not high, other than Fang Ping and a few others, most people thought that Wang Jinyang was not as good as Yao Qingjun and the others. At most, they thought that he was equal to MCMAU's Chen Wenlong and the others. However, when Wang Jinyang defeated the Sust Martial Arts Society president with one move, everyone dared not think that way anymore. Chen Wenlong and the other powerhouses on the ranking list might not be able to do it. The other party was not a weakling either. He was a martial arts university's strongest powerhouse. This kind of upper stage rank 4 could not be treated as a normal upper stage rank 4. Second floor. Li Hansong's expression did not change. When he saw Wang Jinyang walk down the stage, he did not say a word and walked away. On the other side, Yao Qingjun stood straight. He stared at the audience for a moment, then turned and went downstairs. Fang Ping was about to leave when Tang Feng walked over and said in a low voice, "If you meet him, are you confident?" "Of course." Fang Ping answered quickly and smiled. "If that's all, then it's far from enough. Sust's strength is still too weak. It didn't allow him to unleash his full strength. You've just entered peak rank 4. It's fine. Don't worry, instructor." Fang Ping was much more polite to Big Lion recently. He smiled and said, "At the very least, if I meet NMAU, I can easily defeat Wang Jinyang." "Instructor, do you think that Senior Chin and the others can't defeat NMAU?" "That's true." Tang Feng nodded and said with slight regret, "NMAU's overall strength is still a little weak. It's not a big problem to stay in the top 10, but it'll be difficult to advance further." Fang Ping nodded slightly and said with some regret, "It's a pity that he became the president. Otherwise, there's still hope for MCMAU." Tang Feng was speechless. He was thinking too much. Wang Jinyang was NMAU's signature. If Fang Ping dared to poach him, several grandmasters in Nanjiang, including Zhang Dingnan, might come knocking on his door. Fang Ping did not dwell on it. He said as he went downstairs, I won't watch the next few matches. It's meaningless. After watching NMAU's performance, Fong Ping felt that there was no need to watch anymore. Even if there were powerhouses in the other schools, there was a limit to how strong they could be. Even the strongest powerhouse would not be a match for Chen Wenlong. Fong Ping was confident about this. Without him, Chen Wenlong would be the strongest person in MCMAU. If he could not even suppress the people from these schools, then MCMAU would be too useless. Tang Fong did not think that he was being arrogant. MCMAU still had this bit of confidence. After the competition ended on the morning of the 5th, Wang Jinyang became famous. Although he had some fame before, he was not very famous in the circle of ordinary people. This was the first time that he had become the center of attention. Yao Changjun had previously defeated East Hua Nation Normal University, and East Hua Nation Normal University's lineup was inferior to South Hua University of Science and Technology. Now that Wang Jinyang had defeated the South Sino University of Science and Technology in 5 moves, he could even stand shoulder to shoulder with Yao Changjun. At the same time that Wang Jinyang became famous, a small county-level city also became famous. South River Sun City. On the internet, the discussion was in full swing. I only found out now that Sun City has produced 2 prodigy martial artists. MCMAU Fong Ping and NMAU Wang Jinyang are both from Sun City. I heard that Wang Jinyang and Fong Ping graduated from the same high school. One is the president of Magic City Martial Arts University's Martial Arts Society. The other is the president of Nanjiang Martial Arts University's Martial Arts Society, and they are both peak rank 4. Sun City has good feng shui. Say, between Wang Jinyang and Fong Ping, who do you think is stronger? Wang Jinyang, I think. The South Sino University that Wang Jinyang defeated is much stronger than XMAU. That's not necessarily true. Fong Ping can become the president of a famous school's martial arts society. I think Fong Ping is stronger. Will those two meet each other? For a moment, the topic of who was the strongest rank for had become a hot topic. Li Hansong, Yao Changjun, Wang Jinyang, or Fong Ping. In this competition, among these 4 people, Li Hansong did not participate. However, everyone still remembered Li Hansong's previous challenge. The president of CCMAU's Martial Arts Society could not be that weak. Other than that, SNMAU's Liu Shiji, CCMAU's Qin Zhe, and MCMU's Chen Wenlong were also brought up for discussion. Fong Ping's division into 5 tiers had also spread. Which tier did these rank for martial artists belong to? Sun City. After watching the competition, Fong Yuan looked at the discussions online. She puffed up her cheeks, looking slightly dissatisfied. My brother is definitely the strongest. Thinking of this, Fong Yuan opened QQ. At this moment in the QQ group list, there were dozens of groups. They were Yuan Ping Club Group 1, Group 2, Group 3, and so on. Sisters, go to all the forums and post. The first rank, 4, is my brother. Our Yuan Ping Club's vice president is the strongest. Fong Yuan did it one after another, posting in dozens of groups. Soon, all the groups became restless. A group of young ladies had nothing to do anyway, so they were all enthusiastic. Soon, the online Yuan Ping Club members appeared in all the forums. Fong Ping is the strongest rank 4. Yuan Ping Club is the strongest. The first rank 4 is our vice president. Posts like this took over all the forums in an instant, even though many people looked confused. Where did Yuan Ping Club come from? Fong Ping did not pay much attention to what was happening online. It was not time to hire the internet water army to build momentum. It would not be too late to build momentum after he had defeated the others. Right now, the time was not right. Although he said it casually, when NMAU's competition ended, Fong Ping stopped running around and stayed in the hotel to cultivate. Ever since he broke through peak rank 4, Fong Ping stopped focusing on improving his rank and focused on combat techniques. Over the past few days, his main cultivation of flight step, Maha Fist, and royal decapitation, Heavenly Blade, had all made considerable progress. However, Fang Ping knew that the time he had spent cultivating high-ranked combat techniques was too short. He had only started learning high-ranked combat techniques in September. Until now, it had only been about 3 months. As for Wang Jinyang and the others, they had been cultivating high-ranked combat techniques for a year. Compared to breakthroughs in combat techniques, Fang Ping could not compare. Fang Ping's strength lay in his vitality, his physique, and his recovery. The most important thing, and what gave Fang Ping the most confidence, was the results of his saber nurturing these days. Ever since he learned the accumulation technique and the outburst technique from Old Man Li, Fang Ping had been nurturing his saber. His mentality and vitality began accumulating like they were free. Now that it had been close to 2 months, Fang Ping had not drawn his saber. This saber can't be used lightly. I'm still planning to save it for rank 5. I still have to rely on myself in the early stages. In the hotel suite, Fang Ping muttered to himself. Could he easily defeat the other 3 without using his saber? He glanced at his data panel. Ever since he had entered peak rank 4, his strength had increased by a notch. Wealth, 920 million vitality, 3,100 calories, 3,229 calories, mentality, 672 hertz, 699 hertz, bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 6 bones, 90%, 23 bones, 30% plus, storage space, 1 cubic meter energy shield, 10,000 wealth/minute. These days, Fang Ping had spent a lot of wealth. Some of it was used to cultivate combat techniques, and some was used to nurture his saber. It's a pity that my mentality hasn't been able to break through. Otherwise, a mentality above 700 hertz would increase my strength again. At this moment, his physique, vitality, and mentality could no longer be improved. In terms of physical conditions, Fang Ping had already reached the peak of peak rank 4. The only thing I'm lacking is my mastery of combat techniques. But this really isn't something that can be achieved overnight. Fang Ping shook his head slightly. He remembered that he could not use his saber easily. If he really went up against Yao Qingjun and the others, it was still difficult to say who would win or lose. Why doesn't the system give me some shortcuts to improve the progress of combat techniques? That way I don't have to think so much. Fang Ping was a little greedy, but he did not think too much about it. Soon he got up and started cultivating combat techniques. Although Fang Ping did not go to watch the competition, he did not really cut himself off from the world. News from the outside world would still reach him immediately. On the afternoon of the 5th, Yunmeng Military School defeated Changzhou Martial Arts University after much difficulty. Among the 3 major military schools, Yunmeng was the weakest. Although they had gathered 5 rank 4 martial artists, 3 of them were at early stage and 2 of them were at middle stage. They were slightly weaker than South Sino University. Changzhou Martial Arts University only had 2 rank for martial artists, but one of them was at middle stage. The result was somewhat unexpected. The opponent defeated the middle stage president of Yunmeng Military School and almost defeated 2 middle stage rank 4 martial artists. Changzhou Martial Arts University's remaining early stage rank for martial artist fought with the injured middle stage rank for martial artist. Both sides fought to a draw. 3 peak rank, 3 martial artists actually defeated a rank for martial artist. They fought until Yunmeng Military School's 4th contestant appeared. Only then did they lose. Such a result made many people look at Yunmeng Military School covetously. In the winners' team, Yunmeng seemed to be the weakest. On the 6th of December, the last 2 matches of the first round were held. It was also a match between 4 schools in the 8-school alliance. Changjiang Martial Arts University versus Taishan Martial Arts University. Both sides were equally matched. They fought until the last contestant. Only then was the winner decided. Taishan Martial Arts University was slightly better. In the afternoon, Capital Mining University versus Dongnan Martial Arts University. Dongnan Martial Arts University was slightly better and won in the end. However, these few schools were evenly matched. Their team members also suffered some degree of injuries, making the losers match even more suspenseful. The match on the 6th ended. The first round of the first round came to an end. There was a day of rest on the 7th. The losers' match began on the 8th. The losers' match was simple. On the 8th, there would be a 5-on-5 match. On the same day, the top 5 of the losers' match would be decided. On the 9th, one team would have a bye, for teams would fight to decide the top 3. On the 10th, one team would have a bye. The remaining 2 teams would fight each other. The winner would fight the team that had a bye. That way, they would be able to win first place in the losers' match. If they were lucky and had 2 byes in a row, they would only have to fight 2 matches. If they were unlucky, the loser would have to fight 4 matches. On the 8th of December, 5 matches were fought. The losers' match was also particularly intense. It made the spectators very satisfied. In the end, East Sino Nation Normal University, Beijiang Martial Arts University, Chengzhou Martial Arts University, Magic City Women's University, and Capital City School of Mining won. In this battle, there was quite a bit of an upset. Beijiang Martial Arts University defeated Changjiang Martial Arts University of the 8 School Alliance. Magic City Women's University took advantage of the situation and defeated South Sino University of Science and Technology, which was heavily injured by Wang Jinyang. Chengzhou Martial Arts University became braver the more they fought. After suffering a setback from Yunmeng Military School, they defeated Donglin Martial Arts University with a lineup of 2 rank for martial artists. At this point, Changjiang Martial Arts University, South Sino University of Science and Technology, Donglin Martial Arts University, Shishan Martial Arts University, and Tiananmen Martial Arts University officially withdrew from the top 10 competition. Among them, South Sino University of Science and Technology's defeat was the most humiliating. South Sino University, which had an upper stage rank for martial artist in charge, was the first to be eliminated. This almost suffocated the vice-chancellor of South Sino University to death. 2 of the 8 School Alliance withdrew from the top 10 competition. This was also beyond many people's expectations. 2 schools were fully equipped with rank for powerhouses, but they were defeated by martial arts universities with incomplete rank for martial artists. They had embarrassed themselves in front of the nation. These 2 schools did not even watch the next matches. They brought their people and left on the same day. They were too ashamed to stay in Capital City. On the 9th of December, it was unknown whether it was because of cheating or because they were really lucky. Chengzhou Martial Arts University and Capital City School of Mining were eliminated. On the 10th of December, Beijiang Martial Arts University had a bye. East Sino Nation Normal University defeated Magic City Women's University and advanced to the final round. 11th of December, losers bracket finals. Fang Ping, who had not left the hotel for many days, had no choice but to leave due to Qin Fengqing's harassment. He went to CCMAU to watch the match. On the way, Qin Fengqing said excitedly, "Do you know how much fun you've missed? Yesterday, ESNNU fought Magic City Women's University. You didn't even know and got into a group fight. Who's fighting who?" 2 schools. Qin Fengqing's gossipy nature was off the charts. He chattered, "ESNNU and Magic City Women's University are both in Magic City. They're not far from each other. Yesterday, the people from ESNNU fought fiercely. The president of ESNNU, that Tiger Zhou." Tiger Zhou? It's that tigress president of Magic City Women's University, Zhou Qiue. Her top was blown up yesterday. When Qin Fengqing said this, he grinned and laughed wildly. "You don't know. It was so exciting. The tigress doesn't have our leather armor. Her top was blown up and she fought with her bra on. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. In the end, that guy from ESNNU was going to blow her up. The tigress was so mad that she admitted defeat in the end. After this incident, the people from Magic City Women's University were indignant. More than 100 girls came to ESNNU and scolded them for being despicable. ESNNU used your words to refute that martial artists don't discriminate between men and women. In the end, they started fighting. In the end, the instructors had to step in to suppress it. Fong Ping's expression darkened. The people from ESNNU better not enter the top 10. I didn't blow up a woman's top. I'm not going to take the blame. What a joke. If he took the blame, he would really become the master of wretchedness in the future. When he hit the female martial artist, it was only a personal attack. It was not a clothes-tearing attack. Not only did the president of ESNNU blow up someone's top, but he also wanted to blow up her bra. This was true wretchedness. Fong Ping would not take the blame for him. Qin Fengqing gloated. That's not up to you to decide. People from ESNNU always say whatever Fong Ping says. Your reputation is completely ruined. Fong Ping said disdainfully, someone has to believe it first. My reputation is better than yours now, but I'll remember this. ESNNU better not give me a chance to do so. And you, Zhou Qiyu has a close relationship with you. She was beaten up like this, and you still have the nerve to laugh at her? Qin Fengqing's expression fell. He was speechless. What relationship do I have with her? Don't talk nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense. Fong Ping said seriously, the deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. Zhou Qiyu might scold you every time you meet, but I can see the admiration and love in her eyes. She likes you. Now that your woman's top was blown up, you're not ashamed, but proud. Qin Fengqing, I've misjudged you. Qin Fengqing's expression was ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, stop talking nonsense. I'm not even close to her. You're really not close. Don't forget, you almost killed them. Logically speaking, this is a huge grudge. When enemies meet, they will definitely seek revenge. But did she do it? If she's not as strong as you, she's more likely to hide from you. But how many times have you met her? Every time she scolds you, it's to attract your attention and express her love. Look at you now. You were smiling so happily yesterday. If Zhou Qiyu saw it, I'm afraid her heart would die. You didn't meet her today, did you? Qin Fengqing's expression changed again. It seemed like he did not meet her. Sigh. My top was blown up in front of the person I like, and the person I like was watching the show. Anyone else would have given up. Qin Fengqing, men like you hurt women's hearts too much. Qin Fengqing's expression darkened completely. He said gloomily, it's just my top being blown up. It's nothing. When martial artists cultivate, they don't wear much. It's not like not everything was blown up, so you don't mind at all? If it were me, I would have blown up the people from ESNNU long ago. You can tolerate this, but I can't. You like to wear hats, but I can't. Hats. The green ones. Qin Fengqing was a little dazed. Had things escalated to this stage? I'm really not close to Zhou Qiyu. Why did I become the one wearing hats? Moreover, even if I were close, there are a lot of bikini beauties on the beach and a lot of women swimming in the pool. Won't these women's men be wearing hats? Fong Ping said earnestly, Qin Fengqing, we're different from other people. Martial artists, especially female martial artists, are actually more traditional. Now that she's been humiliated in public, if Zhou Qiyu can't get over it, then you're the one who murdered her. You're too cruel. Really? Really. Qin Fengqing, you're really too cruel. I'm just looking. I didn't do it. It's fine if other people look, but who are you? Zhou Qiyu's lover. Look at her too. She doesn't even dare to fart. What's the meaning of this? Lover. Qin Fengqing was at a loss again. I'm really not close to her. Then should I comfort her? But I don't know what to say. The best way is to avenge her. Women love heroes. If you avenge her, she won't hate you anymore. Avenge? Yes. When the competition between ESNNU and Beijing is over, you don't say anything. Just beat up ESNNU's president in front of everyone. You won't even leave him his underwear. That's what you call a man. That's not good. Then leave him his underwear. Fang Ping said it through gritted teeth. Those people from ESNNU were tired of living. How dare they make him a scapegoat? Then what if? Are you a man or not? Forget it. If you don't want to do it, then so be it. Men like you are the most unreliable. Prepare to be a bachelor in the future. Qin Fengqing fell into deep thought. Should he really do this? Chapter 344. CCMAU Gymnasium. Many people came to watch the finals of the losers bracket. However, the Grandmaster powerhouses on the second floor were fewer. Other than the first day, some Grandmasters had already left. After XMAU was eliminated, Vice-Chancellor Feng also left Capital City. At this moment, Fang Ping went up to the second floor again without any scruples. On the second floor, Qin Fengqing was still in a trance. Coincidentally, MCW's Zhou Qiu'e was also on the second floor. Zhou Qiu'e looked indifferent, staring downstairs. She did not greet Qin Fengqing. In fact, they were not familiar with each other, so there was no need to greet him. Fang Ping saw this and pushed Qin Fengqing, lowering his voice so that it was almost inaudible. Look, she's ignoring you. Qin Fengqing heard this and looked up at Zhou Qiu'e. Zhou Qiu'e was staring downstairs, not looking at him. You're sad. Fang Ping shook his head and sighed. Qin Fengqing, do you really think you're so handsome and popular? You finally have a girl who likes you, and you treat her like this. Qin Fengqing said nothing. Forget it. Just pretend this never happened. After all, if you really fight, you might not be his opponent. Don't provoke me. Qin Fengqing snorted coldly. He's only middle stage rank 4. I'll kill him with one slash. Fang Ping said casually. Then what are you hesitating for? You're fooling me. Qin Fengqing was extremely clear-headed. I'm not a fool like Big Lion. Fang Ping glanced at him and smiled faintly. If that's what you think, then go ahead. Are you suspecting that I'm lying, that Zhou Qiu'e doesn't like you at all? Nonsense. I didn't sense any love. You're just making it up. Have you been in love before? Qin Fengqing's face was slightly flushed. He did not want to lose. Of course. Then do you know what characteristics a woman has when she likes a man? Qin Fengqing pursed his lips. Why should I tell you? You're a virgin. You won't understand even if I tell you. Fang Ping said softly, at least I know one thing. If I say the man she likes isn't good, she'll definitely be unhappy. Having said that, Fang Ping said in a low voice, if I scold you loudly now, do you think Zhou Qiu'e will glare at me? How is that possible? Then let's make a bet. Qin Fengqing was a little suspicious now. He stared at him and said, You just want to scold me, right? Nonsense. If I really wanted to scold you, would I even need to find a chance? I don't believe it. Fang Ping did not care about him. He suddenly shouted, Qin Fengqing, you're a pig brain, an idiot, an idiot. He had just finished cursing when Zhou Qiu'e, who had been staring downstairs, suddenly turned her head to look at him. Her eyes flashed with anger as she glared at Fang Ping. Don't go too far. Not only did Zhou Qiu'e widen her eyes, but she also glared at Fang Ping and scolded him furiously. Fang Ping laughed dryly. Sorry, I won't do it again. Humph. Zhou Qiu'e snorted and turned away from him. Qin Fengqing was completely stunned. Was Fang Ping telling the truth? Fang Ping did not speak anymore. He found a place to sit down and pulled Qin Fengqing, who was a little distracted, to sit down. All right, don't think too much. Let's watch the competition. Fang Ping. But I don't really like this kind of girl. I like those who are timid and helpless. Are you kidding me? How many martial artists are like that? But forget it. Don't tell me. I'm not interested. I've said what I need to say anyway. It doesn't matter if you like her or not. It's a fact that she likes you. You won't deny it, right? Qin Fengqing sighed softly. I'm used to it. Handsome people are like this. The people from ESNNU are here. Do as you see fit. Fang Ping ignored him and started staring downstairs, waiting for the competition to begin. At the same time, a few grandmasters, not far away, were talking in low voices. Fang Ping's use of mentality seems to be much more skillful than before. He's improved a lot. Huang Jing nodded slightly. He has improved a little, but he's a little out of line. Harassing Zhou Qiyu for no reason. This kid, could it be? As he said that, Huang Jing glanced at the female vice-chancellor of Magic City Women's College. Did Fang Ping fancy your girl? Earlier, Fang Ping had been talking softly. The grandmasters would not be so idle as to eavesdrop on others. They only noticed Fang Ping's mentality fluctuations when they were discovered. Fang Ping had been harassing Zhou Qiyu with his mentality, so Huang Jing naturally overthought it. The female grandmaster from Magic City Women's College frowned slightly. She said mildly, he's talented, but Qiyu won't like someone who's not steady. If he likes someone, he should say it. There was no need for martial artists to act this way. Fang Ping was deliberately harassing Zhou Qiyu with his mentality. He was very petty. Even though he was very talented, the female grandmaster found it unappealing. Huang Jing did not mind. He smiled and said, "Let the young people deal with their own matters." Oh, right. This time East Sino Nation Normal University and Beijiang Martial Arts University. Do you think Beijiang Martial Arts University has a chance? BMAU still has a chance. The female grandmaster nodded. She could not wait for ESNNU to lose. The two schools almost fought yesterday. Fang Ping naturally did not think of eavesdropping on the grandmaster's discussion. His hearing was good, but he was not interested in eavesdropping on the grandmasters. If he was discovered, he would be beaten up. The commentator below the stage had already started to explain the lineup of both sides. On ESNNU's side, they had been injured badly. There were only 3 rank 4 martial artists participating this time, 1 middle stage and 2 early stage. Beijiang had also fought one after another. Although they had a bye, there were only 2 rank 4s participating now, 1 middle stage and the other early stage. In terms of strength, ESNNU was slightly stronger. Beijiang did not even have peak rank 3s. The remaining 3 were all upper stage rank 3s. As long as the middle stage ESNNU president was defeated, the championship would almost be over. Fang Ping watched for a while and shook his head. Beijiang doesn't have much hope. ESNNU's Hu Yong is a middle stage rank 4 and has no injuries. Beijiang's Zhang Tao, on the other hand, is seriously injured. Qin Fengqing snorted softly. Hu Yong is a despicable person. When he fought CCMAU, he did not put in any effort and came out unscathed. When he fought CW, he also used despicable means. Let's not talk about being a despicable person. Hu Yong's strength is not weak. If he wins against BMAU this time, he has a chance of winning against YMS. ESNNU will be able to enter the top 10. Qin Fengqing did not say anything. Fang Ping was still confident in his judgment. If YMS really went up against ESNNU, as long as ESNNU's people were not too seriously injured, the chances of defeating YMS with 5 rank 4s would not be low. In order to obtain a spot in the top 10, ESNNU would definitely not be stingy with pills to help them recover. The 2 rank 4s who did not fight today were both recuperating, probably waiting for the challenge. While the 2 were talking, below the stage the referee shouted, "Begin!" As soon as the words left his mouth, ESNNU's Hu Yong started a war of attrition. His speed was extremely fast. He circled around Zhang Tao and attacked continuously. He did not have any injuries, but Zhang Tao's injuries had not recovered. If he dragged this out, his chances of winning were high, and he would not use up too much energy. For ESNNU, stability was the most important thing right now. There was no need to fight too fiercely. It would be difficult to challenge if they were injured. In Fong Ping's opinion, this was the right strategy. In order to obtain a spot in the top 10, it was normal to be a little despicable. However, Qin Fengqin did not seem to like it. He snorted and said, "Despicable, despicable guy indeed." Fong Ping glanced at him. This guy, was he serious about it? He did not care about him anymore. Let him be. Fong Ping had vented most of his earlier unhappiness. He did not think too highly of a weak team like ESNNU. As for being the scapegoat, Fong Ping did not do such a thing. What ESNNU said had nothing to do with him. Below the stage, the first battle dragged on for a long time. A rank 4 martial artist's recovery speed was not slow. Hu Yong, who was not injured, recovered even faster. Bit by bit, he managed to wear down Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao's speed was not necessarily slower than his. Unfortunately, his vitality was not flowing smoothly. Hu Yong dodged a few fatal blows when he tried. After dodging a few attacks, Hu Yong saw that Zhang Tao's vitality had been greatly depleted. After another 10 minutes or so, he managed to drag Zhang Tao down the stage. Fong Ping nodded slightly. Although the consumption is not small, the recovery speed is not slow. I've recovered more than half now. After defeating this rank 4, BMAU will have no chance. Qin Fengqin pursed his lips and did not reply. The truth was not beyond Fong Ping's expectations. This time, Hu Yong did not fight a battle of attrition. His opponent was only an early-stage rank 4. The gap between them was not small. Hu Yong did not play dirty when it was time to be tough. He directly unleashed a big move and exchanged a few blows with his opponent. Very quickly, he defeated his opponent. Fighting style. It feels a little familiar, Fong Ping murmured. Qin Fengqin rolled his eyes. Isn't this your fighting style? So what he said wasn't wrong. Cut it out. Fong Ping sneered. How can he compare to me? My fighting style is not dirty. He mainly dodges, but I rarely dodge. There was no other reason. He had a lot of vitality, and strong vitality. If he could not beat his opponent, he would go all out and exhaust his opponent to death. Of course, they were both exhausting each other. There was only a slight difference in the form. Strictly speaking, Hu Yong was more proficient in the use of vitality than Fong Ping because others did not have Fong Ping's conditions. It's about the same anyway. Fong Ping did not refute. If it was about the same, then it was about the same. As long as he looked fierce, he would not be called dirty. At least the audience looked excited because Fong Ping kept unleashing his attacks. After defeating the 2 rank 4 martial artists, the remaining 3 upper stage rank 3 martial artists did not admit defeat. The Beijiang martial artists were still very courageous. The 3 upper stage rank 3 martial artists unleashed big moves as soon as they went on stage, but the gap was too big. They were quickly defeated by Hu Yong. At this point, the losers group competition came to an end. ESNNU obtained the first place in the losers group. East Sino Nation Normal University has chosen to challenge other schools. On the second floor, a golden body powerhouse from the Department of Education flew down. As the first place in the losers group, ESNNU had the right to choose a team from the winners group to fight for a place in the top 10. ESNNU had a plan. Hu Yong said immediately, "We choose Yunmeng Military School." In the winners group, the only team without an upper stage rank 4 powerhouse was Yunmeng Military School. CCMAU, MCMAU, FMS, NSMS, SNMAU, NMAU, NMAU, Taishan, and Southeast were not schools that ESNNU, which had fought many battles at the moment, could compare to. The chances of challenging Yunmeng Military School were still very high. No one was too surprised by this choice. Tomorrow, these 2 schools would fight to determine the top 10 list. Only after that would the top 10 ranking battle begin. After watching the competition, Fong Ping did not linger. Qin Fengqing left with him. Fong Ping was a little surprised. I thought I tricked him. It seems like Qin Fengqing is not stupid. Qin Fengqing was not as stupid as he thought. The top 10 ranking battle tomorrow was extremely important. He was not stupid. If he went to beat someone up now, ESNNU's grandmasters could beat him to death. However, after the top 10 list was determined, he would go and beat someone up. ESNNU had no hope of winning in the later competitions anyway. If he beat them up, then so be it. ESNNU might even have an excuse to not compete. ESNNU's grandmasters might even praise him, Qin Fengqing, for fighting well. He was secretly happy. Losing to someone from MCMAU was better than losing to someone else. Naturally, Qin Fengqing would not tell Fong Ping about these little schemes. This guy Fong Ping was not very reliable. He had actually encouraged him to beat someone up today. He would be beaten to death by the grandmasters. This guy could not wait for him to be beaten to death. He would not fall for it. With the pride of crushing Fong Ping's IQ, Qin Fengqing strode with his head held high and looked down on Fong Ping for a while. On the 12th of December, the last battle of the top 10 began. 5 rank 4s from ESNNU came out at the same time. Hu Yong truly lived up to his title as the master of dirty play. He wore a peak rank 6 creature leather armor to participate in the battle. He deliberately lured the powerhouse from Yunmeng Military School to attack his abdomen. Then he fought head-on with his opponent in a position where both sides would be injured. Hu Yong's sword pierced through his opponent's shoulder blade, but his opponent's spear did not pierce through his abdomen. As a result, he was defeated by Hu Yong by 1 move. This caused Yunmeng Military School's dissatisfaction. It was not that they could not wear it, but under normal circumstances, everyone tacitly agreed that the students would bring their own equipment. A peak rank 6 leather armor was obviously beyond the scope. It was obviously not Hu Yong's. The defense of leather armor was actually limited. For middle-ranked martial artists, it was not very helpful. Middle-ranked martial artists cultivated high-ranked combat techniques, so their vitality penetration was extremely strong. However, under the same conditions, naturally wearing it was better than not wearing it. Now, the two schools were in a war of words. Unfortunately, the rules of the competition did not state that they were not allowed to wear it. Yunmeng Military School's dissatisfaction was useless. In the end, because of Hu Yong, both sides fought until the 5th person. ESNNU won by a slight margin and took the last place in the top 10. After the top 10 competition ended, Fong Ping let out a long breath. It was their turn next. The rules for the top 10 competition were different from before. They drew lots and divided into 2 groups of 5 teams. Each team would fight a full 4 matches. A win would be worth 2 points, a draw would be worth 1 point, and a loss would be worth 0 points. In the end, the first and second place in each group would advance according to their accumulated points. The first place in Group A would fight against the second place in Group B, and the first place in Group B would fight against the second place in Group A. The winners would advance to the finals to determine the first and second place. The losers would advance to the third and fourth place. This rule was slightly different from before. The rule shown to Fong Ping and the others previously was that the first place in each group would advance to the finals. Now, however, there were 2 more places. Obviously, because of the change in the situation, or because of Fong Ping and Wang Jinyang's continuous display of strength, the government had changed the rules to give everyone a little more chance. Previously, the government had probably thought that CCMAU and FMS would advance first out of the 2 groups. As soon as the new rules were announced, Fong Ping cursed in his heart. Only the government would change the rules at the last minute. No wonder the rules for the top 10 competition were not announced to the public. They had been waiting for this. After the Golden Body powerhouse from the Department of Education announced the rules, He did not care whether they agreed or not. He quickly said, "The groups will be decided by drawing lots. The stronger teams will advance, no matter which group they are placed in." The schools in ESNNU were about to curse. Don't cheat if you have the guts. Put 5 out of the 6 schools, CCMAU, MCMAU, FMS, NMAU, NSMS, and SNMAU, into one group. Only then would you be considered powerful. Only then would the other 4 schools have a chance to advance. Otherwise, they would just fight for the rankings at the back. If nothing went wrong, the 2 groups would split the 6 schools equally. Moreover, there was a 99% chance that MCMAU and CCMAU would not be in the same group. Everyone could even guess that CCMAU was recognized as the first place, even if Yao Chengjun was not weak. As for who was stronger between MCMAU and FMS, it was difficult to judge at the moment. Fang Ping's strength had not been exposed, so it was not easy to determine who was stronger. Therefore, MCMAU and FMS might be in the same group. If that was the case, then for the sake of balance, NMAU, which had shown its strength, would most likely be in CCMAU's group because of Wang Jinyang. The probability of 9 states, military school, and SNMAU fighting each other was not high. Therefore, 9 states military school would probably be in CCMAU's group. With that, SNMAU could only be in the same group as MCMAU. MCMAU's group of 3 was confirmed. As for the rest, it did not matter. It might really be a random draw. The participating martial artists were not stupid. Before the draw began, Fang Ping smiled and said, "Brother Wang, it seems like we will have to fight. If CCMAU and NMAU were to be in the same group, even if 9 states military school was sent over, the president of 9 states military school would not be Wang Jinyang's match. If NMAU lost to CCMAU, then Fang Ping's first battle after advancing would be against Nanjiang. If there was an upset and NMAU defeated CCMAU, then Fang Ping felt that the finals would be between MCMAU and NMAU. As for MCMAU taking second place in the group and losing to FMS, Fang Ping did not even consider it. Wang Jinyang smiled and said, "I hope that we will meet in the finals." Li Hansong said lightly, "Then I'm afraid there's no hope." As he said that, he looked at Yao Qingjun and Fang Ping and said, "Both of you, let's see who will fight me first. But this is good too. Both of you can fight once. It will be clear who is stronger and who is weaker. Otherwise, someone will say that they did not fight and are unwilling to admit defeat. With this competition system, the top 4 would have a chance to fight each other. The premise was that the first place of both groups could win. As the few of them talked excitedly, the face of the powerhouse from the Department of Education beside them darkened. "You guys are amazing. Believe it or not, I will really put you in the same group. We have not drawn lots yet, and you are already discussing the upcoming battles. Are you showing off your intelligence? Young people nowadays do not understand the care of the older generation at all. Is it easy for us to let you guys have less internal friction and more chances to fight each other?" The few rank 8 and 9 powerhouses discussed for a long time and finally adopted this competition system. They also arranged the members of the 2 groups. Don't you guys know how to be grateful? Seeing the few of them talking excitedly, the Golden Body Powerhouse had no choice but to interrupt. "All right, let's start drawing lots." Fang Ping and the others looked indifferent. While Fang Ping was drawing lots casually, he smiled and said, "Yao Qingjun, I was thinking who would be my first opponent. I didn't expect it to be you. If you lose, I will take away this rank for 3rd place first. It's a pity that you did not challenge the first place at that time." Yao Qingjun said lightly, "Come and take it if you can." Beside him, SNMAU President Liu Shiji chuckled. "Both of you are very confident, but you have to ask if SNMAU agrees or not." Fang Ping curled his lips. "I don't really think highly of you. Draw lots." The Golden Body Powerhouse's tone was slightly exasperated. "If you continue talking, I will really put you guys in the same group. Even if the result is terrible and I will be beaten up by the minister when I get back, I will accept it. The few of them seemed to have just remembered this. One by one, they coughed dryly and began to draw lots obediently. Fong Ping did not even bother to look. As expected, MCMAU, FMS, and the Sino-Nation Martial Arts Conference would be together. As it turned out, Fong Ping and the others had guessed correctly. MCMAU, FMS, SNMAU, SCMAU, TMAU, and TMAU were divided into 5 groups. On the other side, other than CCMAU and the other 3, SNNU and DNMAU were stuffed into the same group. Fong Ping ignored the others directly. After drawing lots, he said, "Minister, do we draw lots for the group matches too? Why don't we arrange our battle with FMS first?" Fong Ping said this very softly. The golden body powerhouse glared at him, thought for a while, and said in a low voice, "You guys fight last!" Cough, cough, cough. Many people who heard him coughed. F***CK, they were cheating to this extent. Why bother drawing lots? They might as well decide the order and arrange it directly. Obviously, to prevent the 2 schools from meeting at the beginning and causing the powerhouses to be injured and unable to participate, the higher-ups directly intervened and let these 2 schools meet at the end. The key was, if that was the case, then they could arrange the order directly. Now that they had decided to draw lots, everyone felt that it was unnecessary. Fong Ping did not expect the other party to respond. He laughed dryly and did not ask again. Forget it, whatever. As for the other schools, it would be the same no matter who they fought. There was no difference. In the end, when the competition order was drawn, Fong Ping still had a headache. MCMAU's first group match was against SCMAU. Should he let Qin Wenlong fight it out? Fong Ping thought about this and looked toward the second floor. Although he did not see Qin Yaoting, Fong Ping knew that the old man was on the second floor. He might be glaring at him fiercely. Worse still, SCMAU would fight MCMAU in the morning and FMS in the afternoon. This was the rhythm of being brutally abused, but would it not break down? Opposite him, Chen Haoran's face seemed to be a little pale. Fong Ping did not know if he was seeing things. How pitiful! But it's only a matter of time. It's better to endure the nightmare in one day. Chapter 345. The top 10 ranking battles were divided into 2 groups, so the schedule was more compact. There were 2 matches on the morning of the 13th and 2 more in the afternoon. Fong Ping and the others were in Group A, MCMAU versus SCMAU at 8 a.m. on the 13th, and SCMAU versus FMS at 3 p.m. There were 2 matches in Group B as well, NMAU versus SE at 10 a.m., and CCMAU versus ESNNU at 1 p.m. When the schedule was released, it caused an uproar immediately. There were 4 matches a day, and the 4 most famous martial arts universities and military schools would all be participating. In an instant, spectator tickets were hard to come by. CCMAU did not think too much about the 4 matches on the 13th, and it was too troublesome, so they decided to use 1 ticket a day, and the ticket price was 1,000 yuan. When the schedule was released on the afternoon of the 12th, someone had already set the price at 10,000 yuan online. By late at night, the price had even risen to 30,000 yuan per ticket. Fong Ping despised CCMAU's ticket-selling system. To save trouble, these guys would not even take the money that was in their hands. For matches a day, and all of them were middle-ranked battles, the ticket price was 250 yuan per match. Did that mean that rank 4s like them were 250 yuan? According to the schedule, each team had to fight a full 4 matches. There were 5 teams in each group, so they had to fight a total of 10 matches. 2 groups meant 20 matches. 4 matches a day, and that would take 5 days. In addition to the qualifiers, the 3rd and 4th places and the 1st and 2nd places, the government intended to end the competition in December. They could not delay the students too much. The compact schedule also meant that everyone's combat strength was higher and their recovery time was shorter. The unlucky SCMAU, which had to fight 2 matches a day, was not a special case. December 13th, Sunday. On this day, not only were there more people at the venue, but there were also many people gathered outside CCMAU's gate. Many of them were holding banners to support a team. Since the start of the martial arts championship, some schools and individuals had fans. Not only were there more people at the venue, but there were also more people who chose to watch the live broadcast on a Sunday. The first match on the 13th was MCMAU. When MCMAU's car stopped, there was a sudden uproar outside the venue. MCMAU 1 against 5. First in martial arts universities, invincible. Fong Ping, I love you. Destroy SCMAU. The shouts came one after another, so loud that Fong Ping's ears hurt. Seeing that the people in the car were looking at him, Fong Ping said with a dark expression, "They're not hired." Old Man Chen was still his creditor, and he was too embarrassed to do this. This time he was a real fan. After all, MCMAU was a famous university. Although they had only fought 1 match in the championship, Fong Ping had crushed the arena with his fists. He was domineering and had attracted countless fans. The others burst into laughter. Chan Wenlong hesitated for a moment before saying, "Why don't you go first?" "No, you're the starter. I can't let the outside world only see my strength. There are countless powerhouses in MCMAU. It won't be difficult to fight SCMAU this time. First Military School and Sino Nation Martial Arts University are both tough opponents. When the time comes, it'll be difficult to fight them, so it'll be less domineering. When the time comes, I'll start again." Fong Ping let Chen Wenlong be the starter for both SCMAU and Taishan. There were no weaklings among the experts on the top 100 list. Chen Wenlong was not famous now, but that did not mean he was weak. It would not be too difficult for him to defeat SCMAU or TMAU alone. CCMAU allowed Qin Zhe to fight, but Li Hansong did not. It was also to let these people shine. Martial arts universities were not dominated by one person. No matter how strong NMAU's Wang Jinyang was, no one would think that NMAU's strength could compare to CCMAU and MCMAU. Chan Wenlong took a deep breath. There was still some pressure. He was not afraid of failure, but he was afraid of not being able to defeat his opponent. When he got out of the car, Chen Wenlong thought for a moment before saying, "Chen Haoren is not weak. Do we need to hold back?" Chen Haoren was the grandson of a grandmaster. This was not important. What was important was that he was Chen Yunqi's brother. MCMAU was strong against the outside world, but they still took care of their own people. No need. To show respect, if you can kill him with 1 punch, don't use a second punch. Fong Ping said calmly. Chen Wenlong did not owe him money. What was there to be afraid of? "Okay, I understand." Chen Wenlong nodded. As the commander-in-chief of the army, he was less profiteering than Fong Ping and more honest. CCMAU Stadium. This time, CCMAU did not hold the top 10 ranking battle indoors. They chose to hold it outdoors. If they chose to fight outdoors, there would be more spectators. Although there was a barbed wire fence blocking the entrance, only those who bought tickets could enter. Unrelated people could not enter CCMAU. There was still a large group of CCMAU students gathered outside the fence. Perhaps CCMAU had not shown its home advantage before, even though it was not the time for CCMAU to fight yet. When Fong Ping and the others arrived at the stadium, there were still loud cheers outside. Capital City Martial Arts University, kill them all. Capital City Martial Arts University, fight if you're not satisfied. Fong Ping rubbed his ears and sneered. Capital City Martial Arts University, you're all so stupid. You even shouted this slogan. Really stupid. A few CCMAU students near him flushed red instantly. They wanted to punch Fong Ping until he exploded. "I'm shouting kill." Fong Ping did not care about them. He walked into the arena calmly. At this moment, there was still a huge arena in the middle of the stadium. However, the arena this time was only for decoration. The rules of the ranking battle had been changed. If one did not admit defeat, leaving the arena would not be considered a loss. However, they were not allowed to leave the stadium. MCMAU's participating team has arrived. MCMAU's instructor has submitted the list of participants. This time, will MCMAU still be Fangping's starter? Alright, now that SCMAU has submitted the list of participants, let's take a look at the order of both teams. McMao, Chun Wenlong is the starter. MCMAU has changed their tactics. Captain Fangping is not the first to fight. Is it because he feels the pressure, or is it to be more safe? Chun Wenlong, 68th in the rank, 4 top 100. Compared to CCMAU's Qin Zhe, Chun Wenlong's ranking is higher. However, we haven't had the chance to see Chun Wenlong fight. The last time he fought was on November 18th. Chun Wenlong challenged SUST's instructor Zhang Qingqiang. That was a private battle, so we don't know. According to rumors, Chun Wenlong defeated his opponent with 3 punches. His strength is obvious. Now, among the rank 4 top 100 members, CCMAU's Li Hansong uses his fists. Chun Wenlong also uses his fists. Both have the title of God of Fists. Who is stronger? Alright, let's take a look at SCMAU's list of participants. The starter, Chun Haoren. Chun Haoren, president of SCMAU's Martial Arts Society, upper stage rank for martial artist. Although his rank is slightly lower than Chun Wenlong's, Chun Haoren's strength is extremely strong. When he fought against MCMAU, Chun Haoren single-handedly defeated MCMAU. The commentator's voice was high-pitched and full of passion. After explaining the lineups of both teams for a while, a powerhouse quickly shouted, "Both teams, come on stage!" Chun Wenlong and Chun Haoren stepped onto the stage from 2 different directions. In mid-air, the powerhouse who announced the stage continued to shout. The top 10 ranking battle is not limited to the battle arena. Both sides are not allowed to leave the stadium or cross the audience area. You can admit defeat or stop until one side is no longer able to fight. You are not allowed to kill intentionally. You are not allowed to continue fighting after you admit defeat. Other than that, there are no other rules. After announcing the rules, the powerhouse in midair waited for both of them to finish their martial arts salute before shouting, "Begin!" Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Wenlong stomped on the ground, raised his fist, and smashed it. Chun Wenlong was currently wearing boxing gloves, which emitted a cold glow. As his vitality force circulated, the smell of blood gushed out from the gloves. Chun Haoren did not take the attack head-on. The moment Chun Wenlong leaped, Chun Haoren followed suit. His silhouette flickered rapidly, leaving a trail of afterimages in the arena. The rumbling sound did not come from the battle between both sides. Instead, it came from Chun Wenlong stomping on the ground, causing the giant arena to shake. Although the arena was made of alloy, the ground beneath the arena was made of mud. At this moment, the giant arena seemed to be shaking slightly as it began to sink into the mud. Speed was not Chun Wenlong's forte, but his bodybuilding techniques had been cultivated to a high level. His strong physique also made him extremely fast. In the eyes of the audience, Chun Haoren had turned into a series of afterimages, while Chun Wenlong was like a raging bull. As he charged forward, the afterimages were shattered. "You can't hide!" Chun Wenlong shouted coldly. He punched the air, and a blood-red light flashed, shooting toward the void. In mid-air, at the same time, a dazzling sword light fell. Boom! The sound of an explosion reverberated. In the next moment, a long sword appeared soundlessly behind Chun Wenlong's head. Chun Haoren was extremely fast. Chun Wenlong looked a little clumsy, so he was at a disadvantage in terms of speed. Outside the arena, Fangping glanced at it and shook his head slightly. Chun Haoren had lost. When martial artists fought, if they were weaker and could not run fast, the battle would end quickly. As expected, just as Fong Ping shook his head, Chen Wenlong, who had been acting like he did not know anything, suddenly moved. His left hand gripped the long sword, and his right fist punched out violently. At this moment, the powerhouses could see Chun Haoren's figure. Chun Haoren was also a decisive person. He abandoned his sword and retreated at lightning speed. However, Chen Wenlong, who seemed to be slower than him, was chasing him relentlessly. His speed was also frighteningly fast, and his fist was getting closer and closer to his opponent. In the blink of an eye, the blood-red fist had reached his opponent's throat. Chun Haoren's expression changed slightly. His body suddenly grew taller. As he did so, Chen Wenlong's fist had already reached him, landing a punch on his chest. Bang! Chun Haoren's hands formed into claws, trying to block the attack. As soon as they made contact, his hands trembled violently, emitting a deafening sound. Blood gushed out of his hands, and his skin, which was as tough as alloy, was torn open. Boom! Chen Wenlong did not let up. His fist was so fast that it pierced through the air. His right fist punched more than 10 times in a row, although Chen Haoren kept retreating and blocking. The difference in strength made it impossible for him to block his opponent's attacks. Blood dripped from his hands and mouth continuously. The blood of an upper stage rank 4 powerhouse was extremely heavy. When it dripped on the ground, the sound of rolling steel beads could be heard. After a while, Chen Haoren was already out of the arena. Chen Wenlong's eyes were cold and fierce. His right fist punched more than 10 times, his left hand still holding onto Chen Haoren's longsword. Seeing that his opponent was out of the arena, the longsword in Chen Wenlong's left hand shot out, piercing through his opponent's abdomen. The huge force pinned Chen Haoren to the ground. Even now, Chen Wenlong did not stop. His fists exploded with a strong blood-red aura. Surrender! Chen Yaoting said from the rostrum in the distance. Chen Wenlong retracted his fist and went forward to help Chen Haoren up. Chen Haoren looked dejected. He did not say anything. He nodded slightly to indicate that he was fine. He pulled the long sword out of his abdomen, covered his wound, and left the arena. Martial artists had strong recovery abilities. Although his abdomen was pierced, Chen Wenlong still controlled his strength. He did not hurt his internal organs, so his injury was not serious. However, what disappointed Chen Haoren was that he could not fight back against Chen Wenlong. Even if the fight looked impressive, it was only because Chen Wenlong did not use his full strength. Speed was not Chen Wenlong's weakness. At peak rank especially for prodigious martial artists, there were very few flaws. If he was not fast enough, Chen Wenlong would have been killed in the catacombs long ago. Outside the arena, Yao Qingjuan's expression was solemn. He asked in a low voice, "Baisu, are you confident?" The young man in military uniform standing beside him frowned. "Less than 30%. Yao Qingjun nodded slightly. That meant that the probability of losing was very high. If FMS went up against MCMAU, he had to defeat Fong Ping at least, and then defeat Chen Wenlong to have a chance of winning. Fong Ping. Yao Qingjun glanced at Fong Ping from afar. This time, Fong Ping did not display much of his strength. Up until now, he had only defeated middle stage rank for martial artists at most. It was still a blur to see his strength clearly. That saber in his hand, Yao Qingjun shifted his gaze to the saber at Fong Ping's waist. Last time, Fong Ping did not draw his saber. Chen Wenlong had defeated Chen Haoren. SCMEU's fate was sealed. The second middle stage rank for martial artist went on stage. In less than 20 seconds, he was punched in the chest by Chen Wenlong. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Old man Chen still doesn't admit defeat. Isn't he looking for trouble? Fong Ping mumbled. There was no benefit in fighting MCMAU head-on. They still had to fight FMS in the afternoon. If they continued like this, they would not be able to fight anymore. At some point, Chen Yaoting appeared beside Fang Ping and said lightly, "I'm just letting SCMAU students see the gap between us. After the top 3, the gap isn't that big. The difference of one place is only a few 100 million. Only when SCMAU students realize that they are weak and the gap is big can they continue to work hard. They are all young prodigies of the same generation. Why are SCMAU students inferior to others?" Chen Yaoting frowned. "Because the pressure isn't big enough. Being invincible in the school doesn't mean being invincible in the same generation. After this, all peak rank 3 martial artists in SCMAU will be invincible. Win or lose. Let them know that there is always someone better." Fang Ping swallowed and smiled flatteringly. "Vice-Chancellor Chen, you have great foresight." This old man had appeared beside him out of nowhere. He should have heard what he said earlier, right? He could scare people to death. Chen Yaoting did not continue. When the third person was seriously injured by Chan Wenlong's punch, Chen Yaoting shook his head slightly. The gap was too big. MCMAU wins. After more than a minute, the referee announced the result. Chan Wenlong easily defeated all 5 of them. SCMAU was not weak. They had upper stage and middle stage rank for martial artists, but they still lost miserably. This made the other martial arts universities feel sad. The big 2 were indeed full of talents. On MCMAU's side, Fang Ping's strength aside, Chen Wenlong alone was enough to suppress all the martial arts universities except CCMAU, FMS, and a few others. Even if Chen Wenlong did not appear, Zhang Yu, Qin Fengqin, and the others could probably defeat SCMAU. This was a crushing defeat in terms of strength. MCMAU's weakest martial artist, Xia Lei, was also a thrice-honed middle stage rank for martial artist. Chuan Haoren, a martial artist who had just broken through to upper stage, might not even be Xia Lei's match. At this moment, whether it was the audience or some of the martial artists watching the battle, they were all feeling emotional. Elite schools were different. Nanjiang Martial Arts University and Dongnan Martial Arts University prepare for the match. The competition ended too quickly. Martial artists did not have the intention to wait according to the stipulated time. Martial artists were never slow in their work. At this moment, preparations for the competition that was originally scheduled to start at 10 o'clock had already begun. When the crowd saw NMAU's Wang Jinyang walk out with a saber, many of them sighed. NMAU's strength was too weak, unlike CCMAU and MCMAU. Even if the captain did not appear, there were powerhouses who could suppress everything. On NMAU's side, if Wang Jinyang did not appear, no one could carry the burden. Chapter 346 NMAU versus SE. SE Martial Arts University had an upper stage rank 4 powerhouse, 1 middle stage rank 4, and 3 early stage rank 4. However, when they saw Wang Jinyang on the stage, SE Martial Arts University still felt a huge pressure. Begin. Following the referee's command, Wang Jinyang's expression was cold. His Changdao slashed through the air and thunder fell. Before the first slash landed, the next slash had already appeared on the left side of his body. The Changdao was like a shadow sweeping out. Bang! A dull thud was heard. Blood spurted from the waist of SE Martial Arts Society's president. His bones were faintly visible. Fast, accurate, and ruthless. Wang Jinyang's slash was extremely fast. The gap between the two sides was huge, giving SE Martial Arts University no chance to escape. Wang Jinyang withdrew his saber. He did not continue to pursue, and looked at his opponent silently. On SE Martial Arts University's side, an instructor sighed softly on the grandstand and shouted, "Surrender!" The championship this time is completely different from the first rank. 1 championship. Rank 1 martial artists, even prodigies like Fang Ping, are not much ahead of their opponents at the rank 1 stage. Instant kills rarely happen at the rank 1 stage. However, at the rank 4 stage, These genius martial artists gradually widened the gap between them and the rest. Chan Wenlong, Wang Jinyang, Yao Chengjun, these people, when faced with martial artists whose martial arts ranks are lower than theirs, almost all appear to be instant kills. It seems that the highlights of this martial arts championship will appear in the later stages. In the later stages, the prodigies of peak rank will fight one after another. I think at that time this kind of instant kill battle will probably not happen again. The male commentator took advantage of the free time to talk for a while. The female commentator nodded and said, "Indeed, the gap is too big. Moreover, at the middle rank, the recovery speed is also extremely fast. Although it can't keep up with the consumption, it's not too difficult to fight 1 against 5. For peak rank for martial artists like Wang Jinyang, if they encounter rank for martial artists who are lower ranked than them, 30 to 50 people may not be their match. There are also many peak rank for martial artists in this championship. CCMAU has 3, MCMAU has 2, FMS has 1, NMAU has 1, SNMAU has 1. That's where you're wrong. First military schools, Baisu has broken through to peak rank 4. Baisu is also an upper stage rank 4 top-notch powerhouse. That is to say, there are 10 peak rank 4 martial artists. Not bad. However, according to MCMAU Fangping's division, even if they're all peak rank 4, there's still a huge gap between them. According to him, it can even be divided into 4 levels. He alone is at the top, Yao Qingjun and the rest are at the 2nd level, Chen Wenlong and the rest are at the 3rd level. And the 4th level are the other peak rank 4 martial artists. Whether it's true or not, we'll have to wait and see. The battle between these peak rank 4 martial artists will appear soon. The 2 commentators had nothing else to say at the moment, so they could only say something off-topic. The gap between NMAU's Wang Jinyang and the people from the southeast was too great. They were both insta-killed. If the first round was counted as 2 strikes, then the next 4 rounds would be 4 strikes. 6 slashes and the battle was over. Nanjiang Martial Arts University wins. The referee announced the result, which was not too surprising. The competition that was scheduled to last a few hours in the morning came to an end in about half an hour. At this moment, Fangping suddenly felt that $1,000 was not cheap at all. Some of these guys who were watching the competition had come all the way to the arena and waited for half a day. In the end, all they saw was a few punches and a few slashes. They were probably cursing in their hearts. Fangping thought about this and pondered again. MCMAU would not hold middle-ranked competitions in the future. Middle-ranked competitions were actually much less entertaining. Rank 1 martial artist's punches landed on flesh and blood, and they often fought until their vitality was depleted. However, in middle-ranked competitions, the gap in strength would be much wider. In this championship, it was almost always one side crushing the other. In the afternoon, the first match was between CCMAU and ESNNU. ESNNU was the weakest, and now they were up against CCMAU. There was absolutely nothing to watch in this battle. Even the wretched Huyong did not last more than a minute against Qin Zhe, the starter, and was quickly defeated. This was only because he was wretched enough. Otherwise, Qin Zhe would not even need 3 moves to defeat a middle stage rank for martial artist. The remaining few people from ESNNU seemed a little perfunctory. Only 2 rank for martial artists appeared. The remaining 3 were all rank 3 martial artists. This kind of lineup might have angered Qin Zhe. When the rank 3 martial artist went on stage, Qin Zhe did not even close in. He punched the other party a few times in the air and knocked him down. He was not a martial artist who used his fists. CCMAU defeated ESNNU in the shortest time possible. The scene was filled with boos. The audience did not have the guts to boo the martial artists, but the CCMAU students outside the arena did not seem to have any qualms. They expressed their strongest disdain for ESNNU. At least 5 rank 4s had gone up. Were they afraid of getting hurt? In the afternoon, The second match was between FMS and SCMAU. SCMAU, which had just suffered a critical hit in the morning, was hit again. Yao Qingjun was the starter and sent Chun Haran flying with 3 shots. The remaining 4 people were a matter of 1 shot each. That's terrible. Fang Ping felt a little sympathetic. SCMAU had been beaten too badly today. Fortunately, there was no match against SCMAU tomorrow. Otherwise, if they met SNMAU again, it would be even worse. However, MCMAU had a match tomorrow. Tomorrow afternoon, they fought against TMAU. In the morning, TMAU fought against SNMAU. This schedule made Fang Ping feel a strong sense of malice. Today, SCMAU was unlucky. Tomorrow, TMAU would be unlucky. The day after tomorrow, these 2 unlucky bastards could fight and comfort each other. On the 14th, MCMAU fought against TMAU. On the 15th, MCMAU fought against SNMAU. On the 16th, they would rest for a day. On the 17th, they would fight against FMS. This was MCMAU's schedule this time. On the 16th, they would rest for a day. On the 17th, they would fight against FMS. This was MCMAU's schedule this time. On the 16th, they would rest for a day. FMS would fight against SNMAU. CCMAU's side was almost the same. What was really worth watching were the next few days. In the next few days, CCMAU would fight against NMAU. NMAU would fight against NMAU, and NMAU would fight against NMAU. The peak rank 4 powerhouses would fight against each other. This made people even more excited. December 14th. In the morning, SNMAU fought against TMAU. Top 100 member Liu Shiji was the starter. Perhaps to show his presence, Liu Shiji unleashed his full strength and defeated TMAU's upper stage rank, for president, in 3 slashes. The remaining 4 people were also defeated one after another. In the other group, CCMAU fought against DNMAU. Qin Zhe went up again and easily defeated DNMAU. In the afternoon, MCMAU's Chun Wenlong continued to be the starter and easily defeated TMAU. In the other group, NMAU fought against ESNNU, also easily defeated. 2 days of competition. Every match ended extremely quickly. On the 15th of December, there were a few more important matches on this day. On the 15th, NMAU fought against NMAU in the morning. In the afternoon, MCMAU fought against SNMAU. For the first time, peak rank for martial artists fought. Rank 4 and rank 4 are different. On the morning of the 15th, Fang Ping smiled at the camera as he walked. NMAU's overall strength is not weak. However, against NMAU, they will definitely lose. Although NMAU's president, Xiao Yiming, is also a peak rank 4 martial artist and has entered the top 100, his ranking is lower. If he meets Wang Jinyang, he will definitely lose. If he loses, Wang Jinyang will easily defeat his opponent. Liu Dali questioned. President Wang Jinyang is also lower on the ranking. There is not much difference between him and his opponent. Why does President Fang think so highly of President Wang? You don't understand. The second sequence I mentioned earlier only consists of 3 people: Yao Qingjun, Li Hansong, and Wang Jinyang. Xiao Yiming can only be ranked 3rd. It may seem like a small difference, but in reality, the difference is huge. President Fang has placed himself in the first sequence. Does this mean that when he meets SNMAU's President Liu in the afternoon, he can also defeat his opponent quickly? Fang Ping smiled. It shouldn't be a big problem. If nothing goes wrong, the last 4 to advance will be the other 3 that MCMAU and I mentioned. As for the 5th place, it's hard to say. Let's see how SNMAU and NMAU perform. If that's the case, the top 4 has been decided. President Fang, can you make a prediction on who will win 1st place? McMao, what about 2nd place? CCMAU's overall strength is stronger, so the chances are higher. Of course, the other 2 have a chance too. Let's see how they perform. But for NMAU, unless Wang Jinyang explodes and defeats 5 people in a row, there's not much hope. If that's the case, President Fang thinks that President Yao Qingjun, who is currently ranked 3rd, can defeat him. Ranking doesn't mean anything. Of course, these people are also very strong. Among us, who hasn't killed a rank 5 before, don't simply treat us as rank for martial artists. Fang Ping said it casually, but Lu Dali was sweating profusely. Was the gap between martial artists really so big? Thinking about it, those rank 4 martial artists who encountered Chen Wenlong and the others in the competition were all killed in seconds. The gap between the same rank was also huge. Before this, he thought that he was already very strong as an upper stage rank 3 and did not need to be afraid of Fang Ping. Now that he thought about it, Lu Dali quietly exhaled. It was good that he was not beaten to death. He was very lucky. While the two were talking, the competition began. NMAU's Wang Jinyang was still on the stage. The commentator did not even look at the battle list. If NMAU's Wang Jinyang was not on the stage, then there was no way to fight. There was no need to look. NSMS's side also knew that the others would just be sending themselves to die if they fought against Wang Jinyang. The tactic of taking turns to fight him was not very useful, so Xiao Yeming was straightforward and directly started. The first battle between peak rank 4 martial artists. Wang Jinyang and Xiao Yeming are both powerhouses among peak rank for martial artists. Both have entered the top 100 ranking. Will Wang Jinyang be black to the end, or will Xiao Yeming end Wang Jinyang's undefeatable streak? Let's wait and see. Competition begins. This time, the referee was different from before. It was a peak rank 6 powerhouse. After the shout, before the ordinary people could see the situation clearly, a loud roar came from mid-air. 2 afterimages flashed in mid-air. This time it was so fast that some rank 2 and 3 martial artists could not see the situation clearly. Others could not see it, but Fang Ping saw it clearly. Xiao Yeming is indeed not weak to be able to enter the top 100. His high-ranked combat technique, 8 Baron Invincible Spear, has been cultivated to an extremely profound level. At the same time, on the side of the platform, the male commentator said loudly, Xiao Yeming's Soaring Dragon 9 Strikes has been cultivated up to the 8th style. No wonder he can enter the top 100. 8 consecutive spear strikes, slightly stronger than Nanjiang's Governor General Zhang's self-created manic explosion. The strongest manic explosion can be stacked 7 times. Lu Dali looked at Fang Ping in shock. It was a live broadcast. How dare you make this up? Moreover, there were so many martial artists here. Thinking back, he had also made up names. During the rank 8 Golden Body battle, he did not go to the scene. He filmed from the mountaintop and made up some combat technique names. But now, in public with countless powerhouses watching, he dared to make up combat techniques? F***CK, this guy was too amazing. Fang Ping's expression did not change. He said lightly, Soaring Dragon 9 Strikes is not the only name. There are many ways to call a combat technique. This is not important. What's important is that Wang Jinyang is about to explode. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Jinyang, who was in midair, let out a low roar. His Chongdao sliced through the air. In the eyes of outsiders, it was only 1 slash, but Wang Jinyang had already slashed hundreds of times. 100 consecutive slashes. Clang! The sound of metal colliding merged into one, finally forming a deafening roar. In the eyes of outsiders, it seemed like there was only one sound. In midair, a silhouette fell rapidly. Xiao Yeming blocked dozens of slashes, but he could not block all of them. In the end, Wang Jinyang slashed his shoulder blade. The flesh on his shoulder burst open, and his bones showed signs of shattering. Bang! Xiao Yeming crashed onto the ground. Just as he was about to stand up, countless slash marks suddenly burst open all over his body. Blood spurted out. The commentator saw this and sighed. Xiao Yeming has no more strength to fight. Wang Jinyang just slashed 97 times in a row. Xiao Yuming blocked 82 of the slashes. The last dozen slashes were all blocked by his strong physique. It's a pity that he's not a golden body after all, so his injuries are not light. As soon as he finished speaking, the referee took a look and announced loudly, "Wang Jinyang wins." The first battle between peak rank ended extremely quickly. Wang Jinyang landed on the arena from midair. His chest rose and fell slightly, and he seemed to be panting a little. However, he was not injured. Xiao Yuming was defeated, but Wang Jinyang was not injured. The result was clear. Lu Dali could not help but ask, "President Fong, did he really slash 97 times just now?" Fong Ping pondered for a moment and said, "More or less." "More or less." Fong Ping thought for a moment and said he didn't slash the last slash because the target was Xiao Yuming's head. If he really slashed it, Xiao Yuming might have been killed. As soon as he said this, Lu Dali did not care. On the grandstand, however, the gazes of a few grandmasters converged on him. This guy Fong Ping, when he was talking nonsense just now, they had already started paying attention to him. When they heard Fong Ping's judgment, the grandmasters' faces darkened. This kid was talking nonsense. He did not care about a martial artist's reputation at all. However, when Fong Ping said that he did not slash the last slash, the grandmasters still felt a little strange. This kid's eyesight was no weaker than the rank 6 martial artist who commentated. The rank 6 commentator might have seen it, but saying it out loud would be a slap in the face for NSMS. Fong Ping did not care about this. He continued saying, "NSMS has lost. In Group B, only the battle between NMAU and CCMAU is interesting. The rest are not worth watching. From our side, only Yao Qingjun makes me look forward to it. Then, will President Fong be the starter for the battle in the afternoon? Of course, we can't let him take the limelight. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger is not very suitable between martial artists. It's time to let people know why MCMAU is a famous school." Fong Ping laughed. He did not watch the next battle because there was no more suspense. He still had to pay more attention to the battle in the afternoon. Lu Shiji's strength had not been fully unleashed yet. If he failed miserably in an easy task, it would be embarrassing. Not long after Fong Ping left, Wang Jinyang easily defeated the remaining 4 people from NSMS, completing another 5 victories. At this moment, some of what Fong Ping said was completely recognized. Chapter 347. In the afternoon, MCMAU versus SNMAU. As for the other team, SNNU versus SE, no one cared. These 2 weaklings should entertain themselves. In the stadium, Fong Ping had arrived early. Qin Fengqing was eager to try. "Fong Ping, how about letting me try? Lu Shiji has been very arrogant lately." Fong Ping glanced at him, feeling slightly regretful. Qin Fengqing had become smarter recently. He had thought that he could trick him into beating up ESNNU's Huyong last time. Unexpectedly, Huyong was still alive and kicking. Qin Fengqing obviously did not beat him up. Forget it. Looks like this guy has become smarter. Fong Ping thought to himself. He did not mind. If he did not want to go, then so be it. After some thought, Fong Ping suddenly said, "Lend me your saber for a while." Qin Fengqing looked wary. "Don't you have one?" "My saber can't be used easily. I forgot to bring my Yanuadeo this time. Lend me yours first." "No way. I don't want yours." Fong Ping was speechless. "Your broken saber is only B class. Do you think I want it?" Qin Fengqing was reluctant. Among those present, he was the only one who used a saber. Chun Wenlong and Xia Lei used their fists. Zhang Yu used a sword. Even if the others used sabers, they were usually C-class with average quality. His saber was the best. Staring at Fong Ping's saber, Qin Fengqing thought for a while and said, "Then I'll keep your saber with me first." Fong Ping was speechless. "Do I need it?" I need it. Forget it. I won't lend it to you. Fong Ping rolled his eyes. He walked to the side and took Liang Fenghua's saber, smiling. If it's broken, my saber is yours. Liang Fenghua chuckled. No need. I'm ready to change anyway. But C-class alloy saber, it's fine. C-class is just right. Fong Ping weighed the Changdao in his hand and looked at Qin Fengqing, saying, Initially, I was thinking that if it's a little damaged, then I'll compensate you with my Yanyu Deo. Something like a saber. Even if it's chipped, it's still valuable. It's a pity that you didn't cherish this opportunity. Qin Fengqing turned a deaf ear. Do you think I'm stupid? Liang Fenghua is from the same sect as you? It's possible for you to be more generous. MCMAU's side was having a lively discussion. On the other side, in Sino-Nation Martial Arts University, a middle-aged rank, 6 powerhouse glanced at Fong Ping and the others, saying in a low voice, Be careful of his mentality intimidation. Fong Ping just broke through. No matter how hard he cultivates his combat techniques, his progress won't improve by leaps and bounds. The key is still having a strong mentality. For you, mentality can't be released externally. Although rank 4 martial artists are also accumulating their mentality, once you're disturbed, it will still affect your ability to perform. As long as they defeated Fong Ping, even if SNMAU lost, their reputation would rise. Up until now, the 2 famous schools have yet to lose a match. At this time, CCMAU and MCMAU, including the first military school, had not been defeated, not even once. I know. Teacher, don't worry. His mental strength is strong, so I'm prepared for it. Lu Shiji said in a deep voice. After all, he is not a grandmaster and is at the same level as me. It won't be that easy for him to disturb me. It's good that you're prepared. Do your best. Definitely. Lu Shiji took a deep breath and walked forward with his saber. The second battle between peak rank 4 martial artists is about to begin. Sino-Nation Martial Arts University President Lu Shiji is ranked very high in the rank 4 ranking list, a few places ahead of MCMAU Qin Wenlong. MCMAU President Fong Ping has yet to enter the ranking list. Before he could finish, Fong Ping leaped up and went straight to the arena, smiling. Senior Lu, come on up. The commentator was a little speechless. It's a fact that you're not on the ranking list. I'm just stating the truth. Why are you in such a hurry to go on stage? Lu Shiji did not hesitate either. He moved his feet and leaped onto the arena. When he was on the arena, Fong Ping was no longer in a hurry. He used the alloy saber in his hand to knock on the ground. This action made the CCMAU powerhouses on the rostrum change their expressions instantly. However, very soon, someone let out a light humph and said, If he's so capable, then continue. A-class alloy-covered arena. Why don't you fight then? When the alloy reached B-class, it was already extremely sturdy. Even a rank 6 powerhouse wanting to destroy a B-class alloy weapon was not an easy task. Under normal circumstances, A-class was a weapon used by peak rank 6 powerhouses. When peak rank 6 powerhouses fought against each other, it was also difficult to destroy each other's weapons. As soon as this person finished speaking, Huang Jing laughed and said, Everyone is worrying too much. If Fong Ping really had this idea, he would have destroyed it in the previous few battles. He didn't fight in the previous battles, right? A CCMAU Grandmaster added faintly. In the previous 2 battles, it was Chan Wenlong who went on stage. He just did not give Fong Ping a chance. He's really willing to go all out. Fong Ping sighed. It was really A-class. He did not go up to take a closer look before. Now that he looked at it carefully, it was no wonder that there was not even a dent in the arena in the previous battles. I'll forget about it this time. Fong Ping could not break the arena made of A-class alloy. However, when he used his chaos-vanquishing saber, it would not be a problem to break some. There was still a difference between the alloy on the arena and the weapons forged. The alloy on the arena had not been forged many times. Its density and toughness were not enough. Opposite him, Lu Shiji seemed to know what he was thinking. He laughed and said, "Fang Ping, don't tell me you expect to defeat me with alloy fragments? Are you kidding me?" Fang Ping was testing the alloy's strength. Did he want to repeat what he did last time? However, he was not Kong Yuanrong. Kong Yuanrong might not even be able to take one move from him. Fang Ping chuckled and said, "Senior Lu's guess is spot on." Having said that, Fang Ping looked below the arena and said softly, "The audience this time is really pitiful." Lu Shiji did not understand. Fang Ping did not explain. The battle ended so quickly. You didn't see anything. You spent $1,000. Isn't it pitiful? The two of them chatted for a while. The referee came over in the air and said, "Battle begins!" As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Shiji's arms expanded instantly. Within the blood-red color, there was a faint golden glow. The Changdao in his hands was also instantly filled with a thick vitality. As soon as the battle began, Lu Shiji was ready to use his ultimate move. Against Fang Ping, everyone's consensus was not to fight a battle of attrition. They would use their ultimate move as soon as they got on stage and defeat him quickly. That way, Fang Ping's advantage would be minimized. Slash! Lu Shiji roared. His movements were done in one go, almost instantaneously. In the audience's eyes, as soon as the referee spoke, Lu Shiji's Changdao exploded with an intense, blood-red glow and instantly slashed down from above Fang Ping's head. "I've already said, don't let others take advantage of you." Fang Ping's voice seemed to ring in Lu Shiji's ears. The look in Lu Shiji's eyes changed. Without thinking, he leaped into the air to avoid it. "Don't run." Fang Ping chuckled, holding a C-class Changdao with both hands. His voice was calm, but a strong vitality exploded from the body of the saber. "Kill!" With a cold roar, Fang Ping's figure appeared on his opponent's right. The Changdao slashed through the air, the explosion like thunder. Boom! The audience could not see anything, but Lu Shiji's pupils contracted slightly. He quickly pulled out his saber and counterattacked. The two sabers collided and sparks flew everywhere. Lu Shiji felt the pressure in an instant. Fang Ping's vitality was too strong. Old Wang, 97, all 98. No one knew who Fang Ping was talking to. Lu Shiji had just blocked the first slash. The Changdao in Fang Ping's hand did not seem to move, but Lu Shiji felt the pressure for the second time. That was not enough. The continuous slashes shook him, causing Lu Shiji to fall continuously. Less than 2,500 calories vitality. This won't do. Your physique is a little weak too. Fang Ping's laughter reached Lu Shiji's ears again. The alloy shard is enough to defeat you. In the next moment, the Changdao in Fang Ping's hand shattered, and countless shards shot toward him. Lu Shiji's expression was ugly. He swung his saber to block. Before the saber rose, Fang Ping clenched his hands into fists and hammered out Vajra fists. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Shiji did not know how many punches he had taken. Fang Ping seemed to know no exhaustion. His vitality seemed endless, and the continuous hammering made Lu Shiji retreat continuously. A few times he tried to leave Fang Ping's attack range, but before he could do so, Fang Ping's mentality began to erupt, suppressing him continuously. At this moment, Fang Ping was like a mad demon. His fists waved tirelessly, and his speed was extremely fast. Every punch exploded with a strong vitality force. Lu Shiji was also constantly blocking, even looking for opportunities to counterattack. But before he could make a move, he was interrupted by Fang Ping's quick fists. Invincible punch! This time, Fang Ping roared. In the void, a blood-red fist condensed completely from vitality force appeared out of thin air. The blood-red fist pierced through space and appeared in front of Lu Shiji's chest in the blink of an eye. Boom! The sound of an explosion was heard. A bull-sized hole was blasted in Lu Shiji's chest. In the next moment, Countless alloy shards shot toward him almost at the same time, piercing through Lu Shiji's body and creating countless penetrating wounds. It was slow to say but fast to fight. From the moment Fang Ping shattered the weapon to the moment Fang Ping punched the other party's chest. With such a short distance and time, when the shards hit the other party, Fang Ping had already completed hundreds of punches. The audience only saw Fang Ping and Lu Shiji chatting for a while. Then the match began, then Lu Shiji erupted, and then the two of them fought in midair. In the end, Lu Shiji was bathed in blood, his clothes tattered, and blood was still gushing out of his chest as he fell onto the battle stage. At this moment, Fang Ping floated down. Other than the saber in his hand, it was as if nothing had happened. "Thank you for letting me win." Lu Shiji was still spewing blood from his mouth. He struggled to stand up, clutching his chest and panting. "Master Lu's invincible punch." Fang Ping smiled without saying a word. Outside the arena, SNMAU's vice-chancellor frowned slightly. He felt a little embarrassed. How could he believe that? The rank 6 commentator's judgment was not weak. She had already started explaining. Everyone says that Fang Ping's cultivation of combat techniques is weak, but I don't think that's the case. His Maha Punch has already reached the stage of condensing vitality and releasing chi. First, he used Vajra Punch to force Lu Shiji to defend. When Fang Ping broke through his defense, he had no time to pay attention to anything else. Then he used Maha Punch and severely injured Lu Shiji with one punch. I don't think it's because Fang Ping's cultivation of combat techniques is deep. Have you noticed? His Maha Punch did not severely injure Lu Shiji's internal organs, which means that the penetrating force is not strong enough. Lu Shiji was injured mainly because vitality force is too strong. Fang Ping, he condensed a vitality ball that is completely made up of vitality force and injured the other party. The female commentator felt that she could not go on. Yes, Fang Ping's combat techniques were not that impressive, at least when compared to other people. However, this guy had found a different path. He did not continue to work hard on his combat techniques. No one knew how he had figured it out, but he had applied the combat techniques method of vitality release and condensation. He had condensed a vitality ball with rich vitality force and exploded it, injuring Lu Shiji. What was this? Fireball technique? No, vitality ball technique. How much vitality force had been condensed in that blood-red fist shadow just now? 1,000 calories? 2,000 calories? Anyway, it was very strong. Otherwise, Lu Shiji, who cultivated bodybuilding techniques and cultivated his body to be extremely strong, would not have been blown up so easily. Middle-ranked martial artists' weak points were their internal organs and head. However, Fang Ping did not attack these weak points. Instead, he directly blew up his body. The two commentators did not know how to explain. Was Fang Ping strong? Very strong. Otherwise, he could not have defeated Lu Shiji so quickly. However, he was so strong. It made people unhappy. At least, the martial artists were not happy. They could even say that they were jealous. What the F***CK were you using vitality force for? Rank for martial artists. Normal peak martial artists had 2,000 calories vitality. If you randomly made a vitality ball, you would probably deplete a rank for martial artist vitality. Fang Ping did not care how deep the other people's resentment was. What was vitality worth? 1,000 calories was only 1,000,000 wealth points. Defeating Lu Shiji was a bit wasteful. He had used up almost 3,000 calories vitality. However, who cared about 3,000,000 wealth points? Fang Ping was rich and overbearing. Defeating Lu Shiji as quickly as possible, spending 3,000,000 wealth points was worth it. He was a top-notch powerhouse in the rank 4 ranking list. If he did not waste it, and he did not use his saber, who knew how many moves he would have to fight, would that not make him look too weak? Fang Ping stood in the arena, confident and at ease. He smiled and said, "Continue." The referee heard him and gestured for SNMAU to continue. Off stage, Wang Jinyang frowned slightly. After a while he said, "He's so willful with vitality." It was not that he was rich. Fang Ping had so much vitality force. Which rank for martial artist fought like this? Fang Ping could be considered to have created a new sect. Of course, Fang Ping's vitality and money were the same thing. Wang Jinyang felt helpless and envious. Even with a bone marrow mutation, his vitality recovery was not as fast as yours. How did you do it, kid? In reality, he did not see Fang Ping's ability in this battle. He only knew that Fang Ping had a lot of vitality force. That was the only thought he had. Li Hansong and the others had similar thoughts as Wang Jinyang. Li Hansong's expression was extremely conflicted. What was this? He did not see anything. Han Su could not see through peak rank for martial artists. Seeing the situation, he said, "Fang Ping defeated Lu Shiji so easily." "President, if you go up against him," Li Hansong scratched his head and said helplessly, "I don't know. Let's wait and see. If he throws 8 or 10 vitality balls at me, I don't know if I can block it." It was a martial arts fight, but Fang Ping had used magic skills from novels. Li Hansong was a little confused. He did not understand. He did not understand. They were not the only ones who did not understand. The grandmasters on the platform looked at each other. Of course, everyone could understand the principle behind Fang Ping's vitality balls. It was too simple. It was a high-ranked combat technique that released vitality and condensed it into a vitality ball. The key was Fang Ping was a rank for martial artist. Instead of cultivating combat techniques properly, he was doing this. They always felt that it was unorthodox. Moreover, the others did not have the ability to replicate it. The grandmasters shook their heads. There was no way to compare. What was there to compare? Fang Ping's mentality was strong. His bone marrow was mutated. Maybe even his brain was mutated. Mutated martial artists like this were rare. This year's championship had gathered 4 of them. This was the first time in history. The others did not understand. Qin Fengqing, however, was deep in thought. He murmured, "Vitality balls. Isn't this the move used to feed the jiao? So it can also hit people?" When Fang Ping fed the jiao, it was more or less the same way. He just did not make the vitality force explode. If it hurt the jiao's mouth, the jiao would probably swallow Fang Ping alive. Putting everyone's thoughts aside, Fang Ping had defeated Lu Shiji. When he went up against the rest of SNMAU, it was almost a one-hit kill. He did not use any powerful moves. His mentality intimidation combined with his strong vitality force and physical strength made it easy for him to defeat these martial artists below peak rank. For with one punch, they could not even escape. In less than 2 minutes, Fang Ping ended the battle. In this battle, he had used up a total of 3,800 calories of vitality. However, his recovery speed was not slow. In reality, he did not use much of his wealth. His vitality was already very high. When he got off the stage, Fang Ping glanced at Yao Qingjun. "I'll hit you next." Yao Qingjun's expression was cold. No one knew if he was cursing in his heart. Chapter 348. Fang Ping had defeated Sino Nation Martial Arts University effortlessly. The powerhouses could understand it, but normal people did not. All they knew was that MCMAU's Fang Ping was really too strong. Sino Nation Martial Arts Universities, Lu Shiji ranked higher than 9 states' military schools, Shaoyaming. Even so, such a powerhouse did not last more than 30 seconds in Fang Ping's hands. In no time at all, the title of the strongest rank was quickly taken over by Fang Ping. Sun City. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Her brother was too amazing. Before this, he had been worried that Fang Ping would not be a match for the others. Who knew that a powerhouse in the top 100 ranking would be so weak, beaten down by his own brother in just a few moves. 699 talent points, close to full talent points. Amazing. Fang Yuan was a little envious. Fang Ping was so strong because of his talent. He had only been in a martial arts university for less than 2 years, and now these juniors and seniors could not even compare to him. He heard that even Auspicious Sun's commander could not compare to his older brother. This speed of cultivation was all because of his high talent. Fang Yuan was a little disappointed when she thought of that. Her talent was only 160, much lower than Fang Ping's. Over the past few days, she had also looked it up on the internet. No one talked about the level of talent on the internet. Martial arts talent naturally existed, but there was no specific quantified numerical unit. Fang Yuan did not mind. What did the others know? Those who were not in the field of martial arts would not understand such things. Sigh, whatever. I'll try to improve my talent a little. Even if I can't compare to Fang Ping, I can't be too far behind others. Fang Yuan sighed. She had not dared to tell anyone about this for the past few days, for fear that the members of Yuan Ping Club would find out that their president's martial arts talent was very poor. Fang Yuan stopped thinking about it and continued to send messages in the group. Since her big brother had one, it was time for her to continue hyping things up. It was time for Yuan Ping Club to become Yuan Ping Corporation. December 16th. On this day, SNMAU was up against First Military School, and CCMAU was up against 9 States Military School. MCMAU had a rest day, and MAU was up against ESNNU. Fang Ping did not even bother to look. Liu Shiji had been seriously injured by him yesterday. Although his internal organs were not injured, his chest had been blasted open. He was not a golden body expert, so how could he recover so quickly? If Yao Changjun could not even take care of Sino Nation Martial Arts University, then he would be too useless. There was no need to even mention CCMAU's battle against Jojo, and MAU versus ESNNU. Fang Ping thought that whoever saw it would be an idiot. The big news on the 16th was not that the 3 schools that were sure to win had won. It wasn't that Wang Jinyang had defeated ESNNU in 5 moves. The big news that day was that after ESNNU had finished their last match and lost to NMAU, Hu Yong was ambushed on his way back to the hotel. In broad daylight, not long after the teachers of ESNNU left, Hu Yong was ambushed. A mysterious man wearing a mask had torn Hu Yong's clothes in the hotel. According to what Hu Yong had said in grief and indignation, the person who had come was very strong and very wretched. He had specifically targeted his clothes and might have had ulterior motives. The other party tore apart his clothes and was even ready to take pictures. Fortunately, ESNNU's instructors rushed over. The mysterious person fled in a hurry, extremely fast. For the time being, it was impossible to tell if he was a rank 4 or rank 5 martial artist because the person's speed was really fast. As for who it was that day, there was a grandmaster in the hotel, but the other party did not stop it. When the principal of ESNNU went to ask about it, the other party did not say who it was. In short, it was very meaningful. This time, ESNNU did not know who did this. Logically speaking, it was only MCW who could do this. After all, the 2 schools had been on bad terms before. However, MCW was full of female martial artists. Moreover, to be honest, if they wanted to take revenge, tearing apart Hu Yong's clothes was too wretched. The grandmaster in the hotel did not say who it was, and Hu Yong was not seriously injured. ESNNU knew that the person who had come was not too malicious. In the end, they could not find the person, so they could only swallow their anger. The matter was in an uproar. Fortunately, ESNNU's group competition had come to an end. There was no competition for the time being, so Hu Yong did not have to go out anymore. Otherwise, it would be very embarrassing. In the hotel where MCW was staying, in the restaurant, Fang Ping stared at Qin Fengqing for a long time. Not bad. This guy actually held it in until now. I thought he really did not take it seriously. Extremely fast. Tearing apart Hu Yong's clothes, wearing a mask. Such a shameful thing. Other than Qin Fengqing, who else could it be? Qin Fengqing did not seem to know anything. When he saw Fang Ping looking at him, he frowned and said, "What are you looking at me for? Are you confident in fighting FMS tomorrow?" "Old Qin," Fang Ping grinned and said, "about this matter, do you want me to beat around the bush and give you credit?" "What? Hey, who are we? Why are you still pretending?" Qin Fengqing scoffed. "Don't malign me, I didn't do it." "Do you think I believe you?" "Believe it or not, it's up to you." "Then I'll tell the principal of ESNNU. You can go." "If you go, I'll tell him that you were the one who asked me to go. You're the president. If I don't go, you'll make me quit school." Fang Ping. Fang Ping immediately thought highly of him. "Not bad. You actually know how to drag people down with you." If Qin Fengqing told others about this, ESNNU's vice-chancellor would definitely believe that it was Fang Ping who asked him to do it. There was no other reason than his reputation. Fang Ping was speechless. He pursed his lips and said, "What about Zhou Qiue? Don't be a busybody." Qin Fengqing humphed. "I sent her a message. It's better to forget each other than to help each other in difficult times. For martial artists of our generation, before the catacombs are pacified, how can we call ourselves home? I believe she can understand. This way, she won't be hurt, and I can save a lot of trouble." Fang Ping gulped. "And then?" "What then?" "And then Zhou Qiue didn't reply to your message." Qin Fengqing thought for a moment and said she did. "I didn't really understand." "What did she reply to?" "She said she won't forget it for the rest of her life." "Do you think she's going to pester me?" Qin Fengqing seemed to have a headache. Female martial artists were very troublesome. Fang Ping was also stunned for a while. He only came to his senses after a while. Did Zhou Qiue misunderstand something? Or did she think that Qin Fengqing was talking about the catacombs to make her forget her hatred? Fang Ping laughed dryly and did not ask any more. If this matter was exposed one day, he would be beaten to death by these two people. No, he had to add Huyong too. Maybe there was also ESNNU's Grandmaster? Fang Ping did not talk about this. When Chen Wenlong and the others arrived, he returned to the main topic. "Tomorrow we'll fight FMS. I'll be the starter, Chen Wenlong second, Zhang Yu third. As for FMS, Yao Qingjun won't be sending me food. He'll definitely be first, and Bai Su will be second. If I fight Yao Qingjun, honestly, I'll definitely win, but it depends on my condition. If I'm injured, I might not continue in the second battle because I'll either be fighting Wang Jinyang or Li Hansong the day after tomorrow. If I'm seriously injured, it'll delay things." Chen Wenlong said in a low voice, "Don't worry, Bai Su is not my opponent. As long as you defeat Yao Qingjun, then we'll win for sure. Even if I don't win, if Yao Qingjun fights you, I'm confident that I can beat him." "That's good." Fang Ping nodded. Chen Wenlong pondered for a moment and said, "If you defeat Yao Qingjun, they might choose to break through. How about I break through too?" "You?" Fang Ping shook his head. "You entered peak earlier than them. Your honing speed isn't as fast as theirs. Your vital organs haven't been honed to the limit. After entering rank 5, the honing of your vital organs might be rejected. Wait a little longer. It doesn't matter even if you break through to rank 5. Why would I be afraid of them?" Chen Wenlong heard that and did not say anything else. He had broken through now and reached rank 5. Honing his vital organs might be a little troublesome. December 17th, the last day of the group stage. There were 2 matches in the morning. 9 states against Southeast and South Capital against SNMAU. These 2 matches were not worth watching. They were both teams that could not advance. The 2 matches in the afternoon were the real highlights. MCMAU against First Military School, and MAU against CCMAU. There were not many people in the morning matches. Unsurprisingly, 9 states defeated SNMAU. SCMAU and SNMAU, on the other hand, fought well. Liu Shiji was not a golden body powerhouse. He had not recovered from Fang Ping's serious injuries. Now that there was no hope of advancing, SNMAU did not let Liu Shiji fight with his injuries. Under such circumstances, SCMAU fought well with the other party. Both sides fought until the last person was exhausted. It was the first tie since the start of the competition. This made SCMAU very happy. They did not expect to get a bargain at this time. In the afternoon, when Fang Ping led the team into the arena, he met Qin Yaoting. He kept moving toward him, looking like he had done something. He could not wait for Qin Yaoting to say that he did not want the heart essence. Fang Ping was not someone who did not return money. Qin Yaoting owed him half a heart essence, and he had been thinking about it for a long time. Qin Yaoting ignored him, treating him as if he did not exist. Fang Ping did not have any results. On Qin Fengqing's side, Hu Yong came to watch the competition with his head and face covered. He saw Qin Fengqing and felt that he looked familiar. Of course, Qin Fengqing was familiar. However, this familiarity was not that kind of familiarity. After hesitating for a while, Hu Yong moved closer and said in a low voice, "Qin Fengqing, I heard that your stepping technique is very fast. This time, what position did Fang Ping put you in against FMAU?" Qin Fengqing glanced at him, shook his head, and said, "My speed is average. Fang Ping's is fast. Also, don't ask about us. Fang Ping has been unhappy with you for a long time. If he hears it, he'll take the opportunity to make trouble for you." "Fang Ping doesn't like me?" Hu Yong looked surprised. "I did not provoke him. Didn't you guys fight against MCW last time?" After that, they said it was Fang Ping who said it. Fang Ping was so angry that he's been trying to make trouble for you. Hu Yong's expression changed. He laughed dryly. "Really? Really?" Qin Fengqing sneered. "You don't know him well enough. He's a vengeful person." Cough, cough. "Right, didn't Fang Ping come to watch the competition yesterday?" "Yes." He said he wanted to prepare for the battle against FMAU. He didn't leave the hotel. "Oh, Fang Ping is quite serious." Hu Yong nodded and said casually, "Fang Ping's speed is very fast. I've heard about it too. I heard that he escaped from a rank 6 a long time ago. Not only that, he even escaped from a rank 8 jiao." Having said that, Qin Fengqing asked cautiously, "What? Are you a spy from FMAU?" Hu Yong smiled bitterly. "What are you talking about? ESNNU and FMAU have nothing to do with each other. Forget it, I won't ask any more, okay?" Hu Yong did not stay any longer. Before he left, he glanced at Fang Ping on the rostrum. Not bad. Fang Ping did not come to watch the competition yesterday. I didn't see him for the whole day. Extremely fast. Vengeful. He wasn't very broad-minded. Time and motive. He had it all. However, the Grandmaster in the hotel did not say who hit him. It was normal that he knew it was Fang Ping. Fang Ping was MCMAU's prodigy, or rather, Sino Nation's top prodigy. Such a small matter had been exposed. If Fang Ping really wanted to hold a grudge, the Grandmaster would have a headache too. It was understandable that he did not say it out loud. "Fang Ping," Hu Yong gritted his teeth. "Just you wait. It doesn't matter if I'm your opponent. I still have my instructor. I'll ask my instructor to find a chance to beat you up and let you run around naked." Achoo! Fang Ping sneezed and rubbed his nose. He looked at Yao Qingjun not far away and sneered. "Cursing me in your heart? Do you really think I don't know?" Yao Qingjun's expression darkened. "Yes, I'm cursing you. Your dog nose is really sharp." At this moment, Qin Fengqing walked over leisurely. He yawned and glanced at Fang Ping. Perfect shift of responsibility. It did not matter if Fang Ping wanted to use this to threaten him in the future. It was obvious who Hu Yong believed. "Fang Ping, your reputation is no better than mine. If Fang Ping really wanted to shift the responsibility to me, I'll admit it. I'll pretend to be wronged. For the sake of ESNNU and MCMAU, I'll take the blame for MCMAU's Fang Ping. After all, Fang Ping is the president. How could he do something like that? I, Qin Fengqing, have to take the blame. TSK. Righteous and considerate. Even if I'm beaten up by the people from ESNNU, the school might have to compensate me with a lot of benefits. Qin Fengqing was delighted. The only thing that gave him a headache was that the tigress seemed to be really pestering him. It was a little troublesome. At this moment, the two of them naturally did not realize that they had each made the other a scapegoat. Fang Ping did not care about Qin Fengqing's arrival. He glanced at a place not far away. Wang Jinyan and Li Hansong were there too. I really want to say, all three of you come at me together. Fang Ping said faintly. Right now he was slightly lacking. This was because he was catching up on his cultivation progress. However, after rank 5, everyone's ranks would be the same. Everyone's time to enter rank 5 would not be too different. Could they be faster than him in cultivating combat techniques? When that time came, Fang Ping would not hesitate to say, all three of you come at me together. What a pity. It was a pity that MCMAU had to win first place. There was a gap of at least 5 billion. It was not just a year, but every year. This kind of big event should not be taken as a joke. Yao Changjun pretended not to hear it. Everyone had the thought of dominating the current generation. Fang Ping was not the only one. He took another look at Fang Ping's saber. From the start of the competition until now, Fang Ping had not used his saber. Was he pretending, or was he really that strong? At the same time, a few Grandmaster powerhouses were also discussing this. Is Fang Ping learning from Li Changsheng? A CCMAU Grandmaster asked. Huang Jing chuckled and said it's just a form. Not everyone can learn Li Changsheng's swordsmanship. That's true. The CCMAU Grandmaster said, then said in a low voice, the Nanjiang catacombs are about to open. Recently, the energy fluctuations have been getting stronger and stronger. Is Li Changsheng going? Yes. Huang Jing's smile faded. He responded and did not speak again. In the field, a few grandmasters fell silent. After a while, the CCMAU grandmaster said, back then, the few of us were bullied by him. He would come looking for trouble when he had nothing better to do. He was a rank 5 fighting a rank 6. Once the longevity sword was out, he was insufferably arrogant. Now he has become a piece of trash. Last time, I suppressed him a few times, and he secretly scolded me a lot. But it's fine. He can scold me all he wants. I'm still waiting for him to seek revenge on me. Now that the Nanjiang catacombs are open, if he goes, will he still be able to seek revenge on me in this life? Huang Jing continued to be silent. The CCMAU Grandmaster chuckled and said, it's good that he's dead. At least he's lived past 60 years. It's just that he's not satisfied. He said that he can beat me like he's beating his grandson. This old piece of trash has never been able to enter rank 7 in his life. I want to see if he can beat me like he's beating his grandson once he enters rank 7. Huang Jing said softly he won't have the chance. When Fang Ping reaches rank 7, I'm afraid he'll come after you. Isn't Fang Ping Lu Fenger's student? He's considered half a student. The CCMAU Grandmaster nodded slightly. No wonder. The longevity sword nurturing method was not passed down to just anyone. Then I'm looking forward to it. The CCMAU Grandmaster smiled. Suddenly he said with some sadness, in this life, I've never won against an old piece of trash at the same rank. Li Hansong is considered half a student of mine. Tell me, if Li Hansong wins, does that mean that I'm stronger than the old piece of trash? Everyone was silent. Huang Jing murmured, you can't do it. Your student can't do it either. Longevity, swordsman. One sword to cut off longevity. It's a pity for this junior of mine. The atmosphere was gloomy. Today their generation was high and mighty. They were known as grandmasters, and their names were known throughout the world. How many people could still remember the carefree and unrestrained longevity sword that swept away his peers in the past? Carefree and unrestrained? Old Man Lee rubbed his messy hair, yawning as he walked out of the courtyard. The one with the broken arm, where are the people in the school? Why are there so few? In the garden, the one-armed old man laughed and said, "The championship is almost at the finals. They've all gone to watch the competition." How are we doing? Not bad. The day before yesterday, Fong Ping defeated SNMAU's Lu Shiji. It was an easy fight. Old Man Lee grinned and said, "This kid is good." Having said that, Old Man Lee looked back and smiled. "When he comes back later, ask him to help me tidy up the house." The one-armed old man looked at him for a while. After a while, he said in a low voice, "Must you go?" "It's none of your business." Old Man Lee was not polite at all. Then he said happily, "I'm going to be famous this time. The one with the broken arm, wait for my good news. Longevity swordsman cuts off longevity. If you're not rank 8, what kind of longevity is that?" After saying that, Old Man Lee laughed heartily and took off using flight step. Kmo. The competition was about to begin. Fong Ping touched the saber at his waist, tilting his head and looking south. After a while, Fong Ping's smile returned. He turned to look at Qin Fengqing and said, "This time, you really have to lend me your saber. Otherwise, I can't fight anymore." Qin Fengqing thought for a while. Suddenly, he shouted, 10 million! As soon as he said that, everyone around looked at him. Fong Ping did not mind. He smiled and said sure. Qin Fengqing glanced at Zhang Yu and the others. He said, "You all heard it. 10 million each time." He agreed to it himself. Fong Ping smiled. "Everyone can be my witness. I'm a person who values his reputation the most. I won't go back on my word." Only then did Qin Fengqing pass the saber to Fong Ping. Fong Ping took the Chongdao, weighed it in his hand, and said with satisfaction, "Not bad. You owe me 40 million. I'll deduct 10 million this time." What? Playing dumb? That day in the catacombs, many people heard about it. Ask Instructor Bai and the others. Who doesn't know? You want to go back on your word? I saw that you were poor, so I gave you a chance to deduct 10 million. Don't be ungrateful. Return this 40 million soon, or else I'll really collect interest. Fong Ping's face was full of dissatisfaction. He ignored him and strode into the arena. Below the stage, Qin Fengqing's expression was dark. "You're good. Don't think that I really don't remember. I owe you a few million at most. Where did you get 40 million? Do you think I lost my memory from practicing martial arts? You're blackmailing me like this?" Chapter 349. In the arena, Fong Ping leaped up, but Yao Qingjun walked up the stairs one step at a time. As he walked, the entire arena seemed to shake. Mentality filled the void, stirring the air and making it restless. The howling wind blew across the arena. Below the arena, the rank 6 commentator did not seem to know how to explain. At this moment, peak rank 6 old Fu walked over, gave the commentator a look, sat down, and said loudly, "Before the competition, Yao Qingjun challenged all kinds of powerhouses. Although he is only ranked 3rd in the rank for ranking, he has already accumulated his strength to the peak." Instructor Zhou Tan, who is ranked 2nd in rank 4, said that he might not be Yao Qingjun's match. Yao Qingjun's mentality is equivalent to a peak rank 6 martial artist. He has accumulated enough at peak rank 4 and could have broken through to rank 5 long ago. However, there are still a few geniuses in this generation who are also peak rank 4. There is no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. Yao Qingjun did not choose to break through, but chose to stay at peak rank 4. I'm afraid MCMAU Fong Ping is one of the key people. MCMAU Fong Ping is the last person to enter peak rank for among the geniuses in this generation. However, being late doesn't mean that he is weak. Fong Ping's mentality has also reached the stage of external release. When he was in rank 3, he defeated his peers and entered rank 4 as an invincible rank 3. However, Fang Ping and the others have never fought before. This championship is also the first time the 4 geniuses of this generation will fight in martial arts. Both of them have reached the stage of external release. This is something that not even some peak rank 6 powerhouses can do. When Yao Qingjun was an aspiring martial artist, he was thrice honed. Now, his vitality and physique are also very strong. His vitality force is not lower than 2,500 calories. Although Yao Qingjun is young, he has been through hundreds of battles. After entering rank 4, he has killed many rank 5, including middle stage rank 5 powerhouses. Fang Ping has only entered rank 4 recently. His combat experience is not as good as Yao Qingjun's, but he has also killed rank 5 martial artists when he was rank 4. Old Master Fu kept introducing them to each other. Until now, many people had a better understanding of both of them. Both of them had reached the stage of external release of mentality. Both of them were thrice honed and killed rank 5 powerhouses. Although both of them were young, even some rank 5 and 6 older martial artists present dared not underestimate them. On the stage, Yao Qingjun's pace was slow, and he finally stepped onto the stage. Yao Qingjun's aura and mentality combined to unleash a powerful force, pressuring some of the rank 3 and 4 martial artists around the arena to the point of suffocation. However, it did not affect Yao Qingjun at all. Before Fang Ping could speak, Yao Qingjun took the initiative to say, "Fang Ping, actually, I've wanted to fight you for a long time. Back when I heard that your psychic power was so strong that it could be unleashed, I had already thought of fighting you. Among rank 4 martial artists, only you and I can externalize mentality. Unfortunately, my realm was higher than yours before. Although I wanted to, I didn't want to fight against someone lower than me. It would be an unfair victory. Now that you've entered peak rank 4 and are at the same rank as me, I don't have to worry about these things anymore. Today, let's fight." Fang Ping chuckled. "Same here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. I've said it before, no matter how strong your accumulated aura is, it's all for me. It's an advantage for me, and I don't have to go around challenging others." Yao Qingjun stopped talking. The 6th pin referee waited until the 2 of them finished talking before he shouted in a heavy tone, "Begin." Boom! As soon as the referee's voice fell, both of them were 7 to 8 meters away from each other, but they had already started fighting. Fang Ping and Yao Qingjun used mentality attacks at the same time. Invisible waves collided with each other halfway. The airflow exploded instantly, and strong winds blew across the arena. The alloy arena was fine, but the ground outside the arena was lifted up by a cloud of mud and rocks. Some of the spectating martial artists around them retreated one after another. Even some rank 5 martial artists did not linger at this moment. The sound of the air exploding rang out one after another. Yao Qingjun paled, retreating continuously. Fang Ping also staggered slightly, involuntarily taking a few steps back. Both of them stomped heavily on the ground. The A-grade alloy floor creaked under their stomps, their combat boots dragging sparks on the ground. In the blink of an eye, just after the mentality confrontation, both of their figures were like lightning, charging toward each other at the same time. Bang! A loud noise rang out suddenly. The surrounding airflow turned fiery red. A spear and a saber collided in an instant. There were no sparks, but waves of vitality force exploded, splattering everywhere. "Retreat!" A powerhouse bellowed, forcefully pulling the spectating members who had already retreated a distance further away. Boom! The splattering vitality force caused the ground outside the arena to explode again, blasting holes one after another. Many people who were watching felt their hearts palpitate. These 2 people were really strong. The audience below the arena was still in shock from the impact caused by the aftermath. Fang Ping and Yao Qingjun had already exchanged blows for more than 10 times. From the ground to midair, from midair, they fought back to the arena again. A loud roar resounded throughout the stadium. After exchanging more than 10 blows, the afterimages in everyone's eyes gradually became clear. Fang Ping stepped on the arena, his body forced to retreat more than 10 meters. His combat boots and Changdao dragged ear-piercing sounds of friction and countless sparks on the arena. At this moment, Fang Ping's expression was solemn. He was not dejected because he was temporarily at a disadvantage. Opposite him, Yao Qingjuan's face was slightly pale. He took a few steps back, but he was not dragged back by the force like Fang Ping. I underestimated you. Fang Ping spat out a mouthful of blood. He had indeed underestimated Yao Qingjun. He had always thought that his strength was the strongest among the rank 4 martial artists because of his strong vitality. He did not expect that although Yao Qingjuan's strength was not as strong as his combat technique's cultivation was profound. His penetrative power was stronger, and his explosive force was stronger, forcing him to retreat. Same. Yao Qingjun had not finished his words when he stretched his waist and back, wielding his spear and attacking again. The spear tip pierced through the void, piercing Fang Ping's throat in an instant. The audience around them gasped in surprise. The powerhouses were unmoved. As expected, Yao Qingjuan's spear seemed to have pierced a bubble. The afterimages shattered. In the next moment, Fang Ping's figure appeared in midair, raising his saber and slashing. The moment the saber fell, Yao Qingjun had already reacted. The Changdao shook, the spear tip colliding with the Changdao dozens of times. Ding, ding, dang, dang sounds were incessant, piercing everyone's eardrums as if they were about to burst. Hum! A loud explosion was heard. Fang Ping did not attack again. Instead, he performed the flight step and went straight into the sky. The sound was the explosion of the airflow. Yao Qingjun did not chase after him. Instead, he stood on the arena with his spear in hand, his gaze solemn. In midair, a gust of airflow stirred around Fang Ping. A few blood-red vortexes appeared around his body. In the blink of an eye, the little red dots turned into 7 or 8 fist-sized, blood-red, jade-like objects. Fall! Fang Ping growled. The vitality ball condensed from vitality. Force broke through the void, crashing down rapidly. In the arena, Yao Qingjuan's expression was solemn. With a step, he left his original spot. Fang Ping, who was in midair, descended rapidly, using his mentality to control the vitality ball to chase after him. Making the vitality ball explode was not out of his control. His mentality could control it. Yao Qingjuan's expression did not change. He did not retreat either. The spear tip glowed with a dazzling light. With a thrust of the spear, he hit a few vitality balls consecutively. Bang! 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 Explosions were heard one after another. The airflow tumbled. At this moment, even the audience area could feel the suffocating pressure. The vitality ball exploded. The airflow swept across the surroundings. Dust flew everywhere. The ground within a radius of tens of meters seemed to have caved in out of thin air. Amidst the smoke and dust, Yao Qingjun was not injured. His face was slightly pale, but he charged toward Fang Ping with his spear in hand, not giving Fang Ping any more chances to perform. Fang Ping's gaze was solemn. He let out an angry roar. Accompanying the roar, his mentality erupted completely, condensing into an invisible needle, piercing toward Yao Qingjuan's skull instantly. Yao Qingjuan's expression did not change. A crimson airflow appeared above his head, mixed with his own mentality, enveloping Fang Ping's invisible needle in an instant. At the same time, Yao Qingjuan's long spear was more than 10 meters away. He released his force, unleashing a spear glow, charging toward Fang Ping in an instant. Explode! Fang Ping growled again. The crimson airflow exploded instantly. Yao Qingjuan's face turned pale instantly. The spear glow that was shot out was shaky. Then it was shattered by Fang Ping's saber. Nonsense. At this moment, on the grandstand, a middle-aged man in military uniform let out a low roar. A look of worry flashed across his eyes. Huang Jing and the rest looked extremely solemn. Both of them, especially Fang Ping, seemed to be fighting in a simple manner, but it was extremely dangerous. Just now, Fang Ping directly let his mentality explode, almost tearing Yao Qingjuan's mentality apart. The confrontation of mentality was the most dangerous. Fang Ping exploded his mentality. If he was slightly careless, he could cause his brain to die. This kind of combat technique was usually used by grandmasters or peak rank 6 powerhouses when they were fighting for their lives. Back in the catacombs, when MCMAU's old vice-chancellor and the others were fighting for their lives, they used this kind of method. They gathered their strength as one, combining their mentality and vitality force into one, then exploding it directly, blasting the enemy's mentality into pieces. This was a fighting method of mutual destruction. After watching for a while, Huang Jing breathed a sigh of relief. It's not completely exploding. That's good. Fang Ping did not completely explode his mentality. Only a part of it. A part of the explosion could still be recovered. Moreover, it was not all of it. Although it did cause damage to Yao Qingjun, it was not fatal. Even so, the Grandmaster powerhouses of FMS were still somewhat worried. An injury to one's mental power was an extremely serious injury. In the arena, at this moment, Fang Ping stopped attacking. He panted slightly. I have to say, you're very strong. However, you should not have confronted my mentality. I did not want to seriously injure you. Yao Qingjun admit defeat. Yao Qingjuan's face was pale, but he did not say a word. He withdrew the slightly injured mentality into his body, then continued to attack Fang Ping with his spear. Seeing this, Fang Ping did not say anything else. A strong vitality glow erupted from the saber. In the next moment, the saber and spear collided. Yao Qingjun took a few steps back, but Fang Ping flew backward, blood spurting from his mouth. Yao Qingjuan's soaring Dragon 9 strikes has been cultivated to the extreme. In terms of combat techniques, Fang Ping is slightly weaker. Old Fu explained. The rank 6 commentator beside him asked, in Old Fu's opinion, who is the winner between the two? I'm afraid Yao Qingjun is going to lose. Old Fu shook his head slightly, saying regretfully, Fang Ping, other than being slightly lacking in combat techniques, he is almost better than him in all aspects. Yao Qingjuan's combat experience may be better than Fang Ping's, but right now his execution is somewhat limited. Fang Ping's fighting style is to crush all the way. Experience is not very useful here. Yao Qingjun was extremely strong, but Fang Ping's mentality was stronger than his. His physique was strong, his vitality was strong, and most importantly, he could recover quickly. When faced with an opponent like this, Fang Ping could recover very quickly if he could not injure him with one shot. If there was an adjective to describe Fang Ping, it would be sticky candy. He was too difficult to fight. Moreover, this was not a real fight to the death. In a real fight to the death, judging from the situation just now, Fang Ping might be able to kill Yao Qingjun quickly. The premise was that Fang Ping's mentality could really recover continuously. Of course, if Yao Qingjun did not use his mentality to fight Fang Ping might not be able to find an opportunity so easily. In midair, Yao Qingjun was not someone who gave up easily. After giving up on the fight to the death with mentality, Yao Qingjuan's spear technique was at the point of perfection, almost suppressing Fang Ping. From the looks of the situation, Fang Ping was at a disadvantage. However, anyone with a discerning eye knew that Yao Qingjun was now an arrow at the end of its flight. Although his combat techniques were strong, they were not strong enough to kill Fang Ping in a second. Fang Ping kept vomiting blood, but he was very tenacious. he was also constantly finding time to counterattack. Fang Ping's every slash was an outburst of his full strength. Unlike Yao Qingjun, who failed several strong attacks, his attacks gradually weakened. In the beginning, Yao Qingjun was suppressing Fang Ping. In the end, it was the other way around. Fang Ping began to suppress Yao Qingjun. Both of them were covered in wounds, bathed in blood. Fang Ping, on the other hand, became braver the more he fought. Yao Qingjun was already showing signs of weakness. A deafening roar fell from mid-air to the ground, and then from the ground to mid-air. Although most people could not see the silhouettes of both of them clearly, it did not hinder the audience's excitement. Whether they were strong or not, they did not look at anything else. They only looked at the aftermath of the battle. At this moment, the ground around the arena had already caved in from the aftermath of the battle between both of them. Intense sparks shot out from the arena from time to time. The entire arena was shaking. More than 10 minutes later, a silhouette fell from midair outside the arena. Yao Qingjun stabbed his spear into the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Barely stabilizing his body, Yao Qingjun panted violently. His face was deathly pale. The military uniform on his body was also tattered. Sticky blood dripped continuously, smashing onto the ground. After a while, Fang Ping also landed from midair. Although his body was covered in wounds, his eyes were bright. He smiled. "Do you want to continue?" Yao Qingjun did not utter a word. After a while, he said in a hoarse voice, "Take my last spear." "All right." Before his voice died away, the long spear that was stabbed into the ground suddenly tore the surrounding ground apart, instantly turning into a dazzling beam that charged toward Fang Ping. Fang Ping growled. His Changdao slashed down like thunder. Bang! Bang! Slash after slash. Outsiders could not see how many slashes Fang Ping had slashed. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Fang Ping withdrew his saber, standing proudly. Yao Qingjun shook his head slightly, saying nothing. Until now, Fang Ping could still unleash his full strength. Although his last spear was extremely lethal against Fang Ping still managed to shatter the spear glow after more than 10 slashes. At this moment, Yao Qingjun still maintained a certain level of combat strength. Even if his vitality was greatly depleted, just the physical strength of the bodybuilding technique that had been cultivated to the peak was enough to easily tear apart the average rank for martial artist. However, against Fang Ping, if he continued to fight, he would only be humiliating himself. "I've lost." Yao Qingjun exhaled softly, turned around and walked toward the team. He had lost. The moment he turned around, Fang Ping forcefully swallowed the blood in his mouth. To win, one must look cool. Yao Qingjun's multiple outbursts had also caused his internal organs to suffer significant injuries. Although Fang Ping could still fight now, the internal injuries were too severe. Even if he took pills, it would not be easy to recover. He coughed softly, while others were not paying attention. Fang Ping covered his mouth with his hand and swallowed a resurrection pill. After a while, he felt that his internal organs were no longer burning. Fang Ping wins. The referee announced the result. He landed on the ground and looked at Fang Ping. "Do you want to continue?" "Of course." Fang Ping smiled easily, as if he was unharmed. Some of the wounds on his body did not seem to belong to him. The referee gave him a deep look. "You've just swallowed a resurrection pill, kid, and you're still pretending." However, Fang Ping wanted to continue, so he did not say anything. Soon, he announced the start of the second round. In the second round, FMS's opponent was Bai Su. Against Bai Su, Fang Ping seemed to fight even more fiercely than before. Every slash of his saber unleashed a strong saber glow. This made everyone from FMS look helpless. It was as if Yao Qingjun did not hurt Fang Ping all. No matter how bad Fang Ping's royal decapitation cultivation was, it would not be worse than Bai Su's. Coupled with his powerful vitality force, He was suppressing his opponent from start to finish. After slashing dozens of times, Bai Su had nowhere to run. He was sent flying by Fong Ping's saber, bleeding profusely. Continue! The third and fourth person met Fong Ping, and they were almost finished within 3 slashes. After the fifth person went on stage, Fong Ping's mentality, which he had not used before, suddenly exploded again, shocking his opponent so much that his mind went blank. He was sent flying by Fong Ping with 1 slash, falling to the ground and unable to stand up. Magic City Martial Arts University wins. The referee announced loudly, other than Fong Ping and Yao Chengjun fighting for a long time. The rest of the battle ended extremely quickly. Fong Ping smiled and nodded at his surroundings, walking down the stage with ease. He defeated FMS alone and defeated the 3rd place in the rank 4 ranking list. At this moment, would there still be people who doubted that Fong Ping's strength was not worthy of being the first in rank 4? On the grandstand, Wang Jinyang, Li Hansong, and the rest looked slightly solemn. If they met Fong Ping, it would probably be a tough fight,